Okay, let's see. Am I even live? I don't even know. But I do know. It's time to update. God dang it! T-Corp out here stealing my time, making me run late. Oh god, okay. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Oh well. Anyway, anyone that may join in the future, this is Timekilling Time, the event in Limbus Company. Yep, that's what this is. And unfortunately, I am running a tad bit late. You see, I got stopped by... Oh, God. Game capture. This. Limbus company. Pardon me for the lower quality for the moment. Looks cool. This is really awesome, by the way. Also, it's going to be muted because copyright, obviously, but yeah. I always enjoy whenever they change the... What is it? The starting screen. It's always a nice experience. Let's see. Yep, the Limbus company is there. So audio, whenever it is available, should be ready to go. Yeah. As soon as this finishes loading. Okay, good. Yep. Man, I was worried that Project Moon was going to demand me. I don't know, how do you get time? How would you even buy time? Like, is it money? Is it possessions? What? Hello, people that are joining. Greetings. This is silent at the moment because what is it? The intro song to this game is copyrighted. It's a Millie song. Really good song. But yeah. Welcome. This is Timekilling Time Event. As you can see in the title, it is very scuffed. I kind of scraped this up together haphazardly. But yeah, I cannot wait to see the values, especially on the WoW ego. 4 coin on an ego. They're really going hard and adding more coins to ego. I'm not sure if they're going... Actually, no. The first one was a he ego, right? But yeah. But yeah, it's really nice though that they're finally adding more coins to it. I imagine it's incredibly difficult to do so, especially because of animation, right? You have to make sure that the animation lines up with the coins. And I imagine that's why they didn't do it before. Since even though some ego did have multiple hits, it's like, where do you stop the hits if one of the coins loses a clash, right? We're getting in! I really hope that that extra stream instance was not playing the entire time. That would suck. Anyway, that's full screen. There we go. And just need to adjust this real quick, just so that it looks nice. It doesn't look like complete garbage. There we go. Now we can see the IDs. Event. Eurodivi. What are your values? At uptype 4. Okay, so 3 base with 4 in coin power, 2 coins, it's gloom, +2 offense level. Gain 2 tremor count. At 6 plus tremor count, gain coin power +1, so it could be a 13 rolling skill. Inflict 2 tremor, gain 2 tremor count. It reminds me of, what is it? Rose Spanner Rodion, almost. Kind of like how hers works. Gain at least 2 tremor, and then you can get more if you happen to win. Or at least hit the second coin. Morph Cane. 16, 4 base, with 4 coin power. +4 coin power and 3 coins. +2 offense level. If target has 6 plus tremor, clash power +1. Gain +3 tremor count. At 5 plus tremor count, coin power +1. So that could be a 19. That could be a 20 in a clash. 19 whenever you're actually attacking. Gain +3 tremor count. So if anyone else is joining, welcome. Just kind of going over the skills of the IDs and the ego right now. Inflict 3 tremor. If the target has 6 plus tremor, trigger tremor burst. Then reduce target's tremor count by 1. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was going to be like bigger. Like more tremor counts. I don't know why in my head I thought that was going to be it. But that seems fine. That seems like a pretty good skill too. Especially since... Oh wait, no, that's a 5 plus self tremor count. Which actually... it's not that hard. I mean, you have pretty decent clashing on the first one, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get to 5 plus tremor count. Like Molar Ishmael. Almost. You're the culprit. Oh no. 3 as a base. And then +3 coin power with 4 coins. +4 on offense level. That's a 15 rolling. Clash power +1 for every 6 tremor on target, so that could be 17. At less than 15 tremor count on self, consume 10 tremor count to gain coin power +2. So 23. Consume 15 tremor count on self to gain coin power +3, so that could be 27. Almost. 29 really, on the clash. That is a lot. That is quite a lot there. If the skill consumed tremor count on use, trigger amplitude entanglement into reverb. Which entanglement just... It means whenever you change the tremor type, it just fuses it all into one, so that it carries over for the rest of the turn, and on turn end, it just returns to being normal tremor. I like, then it's tremor burst, reduce count by 1. If skill consumed 10 plus tremor count on skill use, trigger tremor boost, If it consumed less than 15 tremor counts, trigger tremor burst on self. Which really isn't that bad. Right? Assuming you're not getting hit by a bunch of skills that inflict tremor potency on yourself. Gain 2 times tremor count on target as shield, HP max of 13. So that's 27 on a shield? I guess it's fine. I guess it's okay. Actually, no, I think that's perfectly fine, especially if you take into account resistances. Turn end. Gain damage up next turn equal to the number of times this unit triggered Tremor Burst. This turn. Max of 3. Yeah, expected. 25% chance to trigger an additional tremor burst. That's 1 in 4 chance. Less likely. Interesting that they're having more stuff like that. That is, I guess, RNG based. Interesting. Also, yes, I am just going to... Why did the volume turn up? Alright, Hongle. Most of the time I do not want to get your stuff, but this is an exception. Actually, hold on, let's do a single roll. If I end up getting it, that is going to be... Whew, okay, I was worried that I wasted a bunch of boxes for a second. Hongle! Detective Hongle, come home to me! I like how the glass there, the monocle, also zooms in. Looks like, Actually, no it doesn't. Ugh, missed opportunity to make it look very goofy, but... Faust, not gonna even waste time. Just get in here, okay? That is unfortunate. I didn't want to have to use even more boxes, but... How does it appear? Interesting. In case you weren't aware, they did redo Faust's voice lines to kind of be more higher pitch. I should have checked her skills before just buying her from the shop. Okay, let's see. 4 base power, 5 in coin power, with 4 coins, so 24. Add 3 plus highest resin, inflict tremor potency by highest resin. If it was sloth, inflict tremor count by potency. Max of 5, that is really good. There's that. Inflict 5 tremor and 5 tremor count on the first hit. That is really good. Like, that's effervescent corrosion levels of good. In terms of, like, getting count. Because that's the main... At least what I've noticed, that's the main thing. Keeping count up. Trigger tremor burst and reduce it by 1. Reduce by 1. Reduce by 1. Reduce target's max speed by half next turn. So it's really 2 if you land all of the hits, but... And then there's entanglement, which gets cut off, unfortunately. Everlasting. At a glance, kind of the same thing, except inflict more +2 tremor count. So a net of 0, so you'll want to get Sloth A resonance if you're going to do the corrosion, just to keep the tremor count in the positive. And actually, I'm not going to uptie that. I'm going to uptie the man of the hour. Let us witness your story, Honglu. I guess I'll start by taking a quick look around. The child leisurely strolls into a dark and stuffy basement. He has a casual look on his face, as though all was right in the world. Actually, yeah, the volume should be good. Maybe a bit quiet, but... yeah, there we go. In his mouth is a sweet lollipop, and his gait is relaxed and gentle. There was something different about this child. Though he wore the very same scarf that others in his organization wore, he did not share their perpetual sense of urgency. It's not a rare sight to see a Eurodivi fight a Eurodivi, but this one's a bit different. The Eurodivi, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, an organization established with the spirit of bringing a new world to life, a world in which the few do not hoard the riches, a world of equality. But not all those who call themselves a Eurodivi share the same sentiment. Now that the Eurodivi was widespread enough to establish themselves as a real presence in some nests, some of their new recruits did not share that ideal. Yisang. Some of them joined only because they were down on their luck, or only because they simply disliked the way things were under their wings' reign. I guess it's like the organization is like Eurodivier, with like the E at the end, but like each individual member is Eurodivi. Such disaccord often leads to internal conflict. Sometimes their opinions of the wings and the nests just don't always see eye to eye, and sometimes violence becomes the preferred conflict resolution method. But that's just the way things are in the city, isn't it? And that is where the child comes in. He has been working as a Eurodivier detective of sorts, investigating instances of such violence. My, blood splatters all over the place? All those broken cups? That'll fetch quite the compensation. Hey, you're finally here. Yes, I am. Can I get a lowdown on what we're dealing with? His colleague extends his greetings as the child bends down to traverse under several layers of tapes outlining the crime scene. Well, like always, can't say I've got a lowdown to give ya. But I'm sure this mess is nothing more than one of them brawls that break out after a potent mix of too many shots of liquor and overly passionate debates. I've got confirmation from the witnesses and the owner too. One of them just glassed the other one out of nowhere, right in the forehead. Ouch. With a glass cup? Sounds painful. Yeah, ouch is right. And that was probably the last straw. The moment of no return where all hopes of resolving the situation without a casualty were lost. The partner muttered bitterly before letting out a deep sigh. Lad, I can't understand how people gathered under the same banner and the same cause could hate one another so much. I just don't. It's easy to bring people together for something happy because everyone wants the same thing. But bringing angry people together for something unhappy is hard, because once you really look into it, you'll notice that not everyone wants the same thing. People all have different reasons for feeling unhappy about the wings, right? If we ever get a Chesed ID, Honglu is the perfect fit, I would say. Yeah, sometimes I can't help but wonder how you can act so aloof, like you're above all this. If you decided to join the Eurodivier, I bet you had your own reasons too. Am I wrong? Oh, I'm just here to expand my horizons. It's certainly given me an eye for picking up clues and getting a better picture of each case. The colleague simply could not understand the child, nor could he share in his casualness, but perhaps he thought that was precisely why the child could be trusted to resolve these cases with a fair eye and swift feet. Besides, it was more fitting for the Eurodivier to settle their own problems rather than rely on a wing or the associations. Right, what did you see? Right, what do you see? Give me something to work with here, man. Of course. Let's reconstruct the crime scene. Oh my god, this is banging. We got another banger here. There we go. The child adjusted the dial on his clockwork monocle as he replied, His voice suggested that he was in high spirits. The monocle, crafted by a skilled artificer who once worked for a famous workshop, highlighted various points of interest. Adjusting the dials would play various scenes that could help with the viewer's deductions. Look, the blood splatters all dried at different rates. This one's dried and viscous, and it's halfway permeated into the wood. The others splattered a bit fresh though. Not sure how much that info's worth. Like, how dried the blood splatters are doesn't help us much if one of them was living 8-hour days and the other one 6-hour days. Can't tell who bled first from that. Oh. It's like the whole 8-hour and 6-hour. I think people were kind of speculating that dictates how fast you move. Which means that a lot of people are probably going to come after us. Dante. Let's reconstruct the broken pieces of the glass. Wait, this was a light bulb, not a glass cup. Then above us must be... one of the lights is missing. This could be interesting. Let's check the register, shall we? The child sang a cheerful hum as he sauntered up to the register. The owner of this shop organizes his daily earnings by collecting the receipts. I remember how he was always so proud to show off his collection of receipts whenever we came here for a meal. Looks like he's been deep in the red as of late. Replacing a precariously hanging light must have been the last thing on his mind. Wait, that means... Yep. That explains the confused look on the victim's face I saw through my monocle. So all that was over a misunderstanding? The colleague sighed and ran his hand through his hair with a bitter expression. It must have pained him to see the Eurodivier's name, to which people flocked under the same cause of revolution, degrade in the public eye. It's tragic, but maybe this was all inevitable. Expecting everything to go right in the world of ever-shifting chaos is to slumber in a dream of excessive idealism. Is that like stuff that other people can see too? That would be cool. I'm missing the thread. Alright, which one of you is gonna go? Not Dawn, for sure. Rodion, you're on the chopping block. Same thing with you, Aldous. And I just need 26 more shards to get to up type 4 with that. Really? Really? You have to mock me, Project Moon? There we go, uptie 4. And as soon as we uptie Faust, we'll be finally ready to go. That's... Look, I'm just trying to be efficient, okay? Because there is still Ryoshu, who will need to be uptied as well, once that's done. Is there... Oh my god. Well, okay, that's potency. Or... highest sloth A resin, you could inflict a max potency of 10 count, or inflict tremor counts by tremor potency inflicted. So possibly, oh my god, that is insane. Literally insane. I don't normally do this, but I've got to uptie that to 4. Yisang, you're next. Where's Salt? You as well, because I'm pretty sure he's not going to be getting anything anytime soon. Same thing with Ishmael. No, 37. Alright, and now that we have all of that done, finally, we can play the game! Just gotta make sure that Cavernous Wailing, everything's all signed and sealed. Why not? Give me Holiday, Heathcliff. And finally, we can start. I'm just gonna shut up and let you all appreciate this music for the moment. Heh 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 heh. Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flaps through the newspaper in her hands while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. Unfortunately, I now know exactly what this means. And... oh ho, that she will continue to try to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. Okay, Don Quixote, fine. What is it? Oh, Manager Esquire, dost thou know the city's upstart companies, such as one Limbus company, must always pay close heed to the ever-changing world around us? Hie thee hither, read thy newspapers, Manager Esquire, and do keep thyself up to date on the events of the city, as Moersalt and I, Don Quixote, do ere every morrow. Bud, just go along with it, why don't you? I'm pretty sure she's just talking about Moersalt and one of his morning routines. You know, the one with the newspapers? Aha, the newspaper routine. Where he wakes up before the crack of dawn, parks himself in a chair, folds one leg over the other at an exact 90-degree figure 4 leg lock position, and peruses the morning newspaper. That. Guess left an impression on her. Betcha she'll be back to her usual self in a week or so. Hearken unto me, art thou paying attention? Yeah, totally. So what's new? What did an article mention us or something? Oh, how didst thou know? Wait, really? Forsooth, feast thy eyes on page 3, though 'tis quite regrettable that we were robbed of the chance to be on the front page. Aw, page 3? We're really starting to put our names out there, huh? Don Quixote and Rhodia, the two sinners who are guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit, were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion. A dramatic conclusion to the mysterious disappearances at T-Corp. Shocking! The perpetrators to this mysterious case has been revealed to be none other than the prestigious Edgar family, appalling the general public. Remember. Well, I don't think we need to hear that part. Okay, what else does it say? With small assistance from some wandering bystanders who happened to be lost in the area, and with the most admirable heroics of the T-Corp Class 3 collection staff on the scene. Wandering bystanders, is it? Perchance that particular denomination refers to us? Bystanders? They're treating us like we were barely there. I don't know what accent to give her. I haven't been trained for this. He didn't even mention her company name. Ah, come on. Those time collectors weren't even there. This is within the expected range of behavior for the news media. Well, there may be those who seek to interview us after reading this very article. Mayhaps? Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a grand old time looking for wandering bystanders for an interview. Very descriptive. I doubt anyone will pay us much attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment, and... We were standing there for a good moment in a big group chattering about the article when someone slowly but smoothly walked between us. Excuse me, would you be employees of Limbus Company? You fellas are? I'm sure you're already aware of the reason for our visit. Oh ho! I welcome thee here. Long and hard have I awaited thy arrival. Now, from whence shall we begin? Whoa, is she actually here to interview us? No way, Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing? Man. I was not told that any interview would be taking place. My, where'd Verg go at a time like this? Now, where'd I put that leftover hair gel from Heath's makeover? Thou may commence. All right, then. Verily, I shan't take all the credit for what we have accomplished there. Will you be making your tax payment? Oh no. It's the tax collector. Huh? Okay, we're clearly not on the same page here. We are the tax collectors from T-Corp's Time Collections Agency, currently on a mission to collect your overdue time tax. Those ilks are never bringers of good tidings, indeed. Wait, time tax? No, that doesn't make any sense. We already paid our time tax in full when we went through the T-Corp Nest immigration process. Bergelius said a few days ago, aboard Mephistopheles. Good lord, we've lost all color. We're in black and white. Monochrome, I mean. Are you sure we don't need to pick up a timepiece for each of us to carry? You probably know this already, but in T-Corp... everyone must carry a timepiece, yes? I know the rules. But for every rule, there's always room for an alternative that offers a bit more flexibility. Of course, I don't suppose it's listed anywhere on that pamphlet. Outsiders seeking a short-term stay at T-Corp can pay the appropriate time tax for the length of their stay to be exempt from the relevant obligations, instead of going out of the way to abide by T-Corp's rules. As you may have expected, anyone born outside District 20 must go through numerous hoops before they can be issued a timepiece. So we elected to pay 30 days worth of time tax on the spot before entering T-Corp's borders. Impressive. It can't have been that cheap. Yet I wish to wear a watch as well, like Lady Autis does. Utis? Autis? I don't know. Haven't I already made it clear that it is not a fashion item? As I have said so in the past, the company has no budgetary concerns. It is a given that they would be taking care of such expenses. We're finally starting to operate like a real professional company now, huh? Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something, and maybe we fell short on the amounts that we had to pay. It hasn't even been 30 days since we arrived here, though. Well, I'm sure we can pawn away their stuff to fix what probably amounts to a rounding error. Easy peasy. I can't do Heathcliff's voice, not after the outstanding performance that he had in Canto 6. Heathcliff muttered, gesturing towards Sinclair and Honglu with his chin. If it'll help pay for the time tax, then sure. Oh, Oh, maybe? I didn't pack much when I left, though. Well, let's hear the damage. How much time tax do we owe ya? Currently, you are... Oh my god. 10 billion, 40 million on behind in time tax What? Did my hearing get worse or something? I heard a 10, a 40, oh my. And the rest just kind of flew right over my head. For that much money. Oh, we might have to make a brief stop at my place first. What other options do we have if we don't... I mean, if we can't pay the tax? Can't pay the tax is not an option. Your only options are the following. Make your payments with time or money. With interest, of course. What the hell does making payment with time even mean? I think about it. I remember someone talking about paying with time before. I never really cared to find out what exactly they meant, though. Heathsang, Heathcliff, know anything about this? I have not once failed to make my payments during my residency at this nest. Thus, I know not what transpires on an occasion in which one fails to pay the time tax. Yeah, I've never been involved in messy businesses like taxes at the manor either. And in my backstreet days, boss dealt with complicated shite like that for the rest of us. I did see a few poor sods getting dragged away, because they failed to cough it up though. Well then... With their not-so-helpful answers, my mind immediately began to wander toward Faust, who I hoped would know something more about this than the two of them. And that's when Otis suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectors. This is completely unreasonable. What kind of shoddy calculation led to this nonsensical figure? Tax calculations in T-Corp are always exceptionally reasonable. The clock's ticking. Would it be correct to assume that you lack both the capability and the will to make your fair payments? Wait. We don't have to escalate these. Can we get a timeout? Your choice of words may be quite unwise. Cry and whine all you like about not wanting to escalate things when you've got 10 billion on in your pockets. I won't recognize your opinion as anything of worth otherwise. No? Then shut up and stay out of our way while we deal with this obstacle that dares to stand in our path. How exciting, at 10 billion on death. 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. Good to know that the first thing we're doing is killing people. The visit from T-Corp. Oh, hell no, I am not taking...
가볼까요?
Oh, that is a very satisfying sound.
계약이 또 어그러졌네.
좋아.
출발인 장비 시동 걸었습니다. 출발하는가? 따라가겠소.
Let's go with this team.
사건
It can't be that hard, right? Oh my god. Let's turn that up a bit. Hey, you know what? I'm going to be silent.
탈출 개체 확인.
Look, if we're going to get shaken down, we gotta do so in style. Hello, Vegetable, it is good to see you. Alright, so I'll be turning that back down, but... God, it's just so snazzy. But let's take a look at our enemies. Tremor count, interlocking time. Paralyze, bind, tremor count, Borrowed time. Passives. Why, these are just reskinned T-Corp people from Canto 4. Oh my god, what are those? What are those clash values? That's so high. But yep, it is really good to see you, Festival. What's not so good to see is me getting my butt handed to me. To a bunch of sots that want to steal my time and money. Oh my god. Yeah, it's important to note that these T-Corp fellows can really throw hands. Yeah. Look at that! That is so cool! Which I imagine is just them speeding up their time, really. Ah, dang it. Is this event chapter locked? I think it might be. I can give a quick check. Give a quick check as the clashes happen. The answer is yes. You do have to have completed Canto 6. Unfortunately. Yeah. But that's only for, not to participate in the events. You only have to complete Canto 6 if you want to do, like, this stuff. I don't think you have to complete Canto 6, though, to have, like, the boss appear in the dungeon. I could be wrong about that, though. I need to reread the patch notes. A T-Corp staff in a different uniform approached the sinners as both sides went on the defensive. Hello there, old man. Is this one the ringleader? He may be of a higher rank, but he's but an employee of T-Corp all the same. Which is to say that our insistence on meeting their demands with hostility may lead to a direct confrontation against the full force of T-Corp. Lay down your weapons now. Should you refuse to cooperate, all of you present may be considered hostile individuals by T-Corp, and we will use force to. I like that. How thrilling. This is bad. Yeah, this seems like a great time for Vergilius with his intimidating, glowing eyes to appear. Man, weren't things much better between us and the guide bud only a few days ago? It feels like it's been forever since then. Come on, don't glare at us like that. We had our reasons, Kay? They showed up out of nowhere and tried to extort a whole 10 billion on... 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. Yeah, you really like saying that, don't you? Jeez. Yeah, the point is, there's no way we owe that much money. We're kind, law-abiding citizens. Who art brimming with a sense of justice. Hear, hear. Vergilius listened quietly for a moment as the sinners chattered on like they were a part of a comedy skit. Yes, I agree that 10 billion on in taxes does seem unreasonable. However, it is a mystery to me how no one stopped to think for a second about the troubles you might spark by starting a meaningless scuffle like this. In the middle of the street, no less. Vergilius let out a deep sigh before turning toward the T-Corp employee. We find it regrettable that this incident has led to bloodshed. However, 10 billion on in time tax is unacceptable. I'm sure you know full well that 10 billion on's worth of tax isn't the kind of money that we can simply fork over in the middle of the street. I believe that it would have been more appropriate if you had provided us with some context as to how this number came to be, instead of immediately marching up to us and demanding that we pay the time tax. I admit that such absurd amount of time tax levied upon your group is almost unprecedented. We have been summoned to an emergency meeting in a relevant office to address the severity of this incident. Wait a minute. Okay, before I talk about it, Fleshtival, how far did you get in Canto 6? And would you mind me talking about what happens there? I mean, I'll continue going on this while I wait. I see your point. Why don't we move this conversation to the collections office in the relevant jurisdiction area for now to discuss possible solutions? Yeah, I don't want to accidentally...
제압 완료. 경보에는 게 좋을 겁니다. 아직 50일까지 많은 날이 남은 것을 파우스트는 알고 있으니까요.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm assuming that you are here though. Like you gotta listen at least to the music. They really went all out. It's nice and jazzy. It is fantastic. This is going to be like added to so many playlists. But yeah, do I have you friended? Because I can lend you a Honglu if you want. Yeah, I'm just not sure if I have you friended yet, so a Honglu and an accompanying Faust. With both up tie 4. Just in case you wanted to try it out. Yeah. I can put it in chat what my thing is. Let's see. Copy that. Go here, go to that, go to my channel. Anyway. God, it's so peak. It's so good. A case of the gallows. Well, I'm just gonna leave that in chat instead. The truth behind the absurd amount of time tax levied upon us was much simpler than I expected. About a week ago, a large-scale unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights Manor, which shot you up several stages in the progressive time use tax bracket due to the immense amount of time leak. Yeah, I had a feeling that that's what caused us to incur a huge time tax. The temporal leakage phenomenon? It refers to a deceleration in the flow of time within a certain physical field. In your case, it wasn't even a static deceleration field. It moved all over the manor for a good while, too. We measured about 4 hours worth of time in the process. What the bloody hell is she blathering about? A deceleration in the flow of time within a certain... She must be referring to the moment during which Dante granted us celerity as we were in pursuit of that man in the manor. Impossible. The manager's ability was activated for less than 30 minutes. It is most likely that your 4-hour measurement is a calculation error. They don't even know the man. Yep, I'll be sure to add you whenever this cutscene's done. No. Considering the odd sensation we had experienced as we departed the manor, it is most probable that no error had occurred in their calculations. Do you recall, Dante, as we left behind the manor? A few days ago, man, flashback central. Aha! Whereasot, is there aught wrong with thy daily routine? We had just returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at the Wuthering Heights Manor. Sad Cliff. Most sinners were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever-cheerful voice, like always, constantly shattered through the silence. I have identified an anomaly. We should have been issued the morning newspaper, not the evening newspaper. This is inconsistent with the amount of time we spent at the manor. Perchance 'twas an innocent mistake? As long as I have been passenger of this bus, morning papers have always been delivered during designated morning hours, and evening papers have always been delivered during designated evening hours. The possibility that they have made a mistake cannot be completely ruled out. However, the likelihood of that is minuscule. Oh, now that I'm looking at it, that's a sunset, not a sunrise. I couldn't tell because of the lack of color. This cannot be! This must be the early hours of the morrow, is it not? I may have an idea as to how this inconsistency came to be. Right. The TT4 protocol. What's that? Temporal velocity synchronization device, or something like that. I've seen an advert for it once. A luxury solution to all your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together. Or some shite like that. Oh ho! 'Tis quite unlike thee, Sir Heathcliff, to use so many complicated words in a sentence. Pray, shall someone explain it in plainer language? It is an apparatus for equalizing the velocity of time for all those affected individuals under the TT4 protocol's influence. Aha! Forsooth! I thought it quite odd how someone so affluent in time was moving and speaking at the same speed as the rest of us. Then with this information, it can be concluded that the time we have experienced within the manor was flowing at a faster rate than the world outside. That is a coherent explanation as to why the evening newspaper, instead of the morning newspaper, was issued. Good. Now that your curiosity is sated, I don't suppose anyone has any issues with tackling a new job. The LCA has sent us a new request to track down the distortion. As for more detailed information, so activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused... yes. Indeed, it was akin to tampering with an already accelerated flow of time. From an outsider's point of view, it would have appeared as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. This bloke knows what he's talking about. Also, you didn't just manipulate time on a personal scale. Like I said earlier, you affected the flow of time within a physical space. Let me remind you that it wasn't even a static field. It moved all over that manor. Honestly, this situation is completely unprecedented. Right. They used to only activate it on special occasions, like when we had plenty of guests over for a visit. Because it was so bloody pricey. So, the time tax for your inflated tax bracket multiplied by the surtax per volume from the physical space covered by the temporal manipulation. Yeah, no wonder it all adds up to this insane number. Well, it ain't like we knew something like this was gonna happen. Well, anyway, you two have payment. You have two payment options to solve this time tax debt. Oi, options? What options? It ain't like bags of 10 million on grow from the tree, innit? Option 1, cash payment. Option 2, time payment. Yeah, about that. What's that supposed to even mean anyway? Paying with your time. It means... Oh. The employee who was about to answer our questions, with painfully observable annoyance, suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm. Understood. I just got a call that they're ready to hold the emergency meeting regarding this incident. Limbus company may send 2 individuals to the meeting to represent your company. No need to tick-tock and fuss, Dante. Dealing with complicated matters like this this meeting is one of my responsibilities. I will be joining them to discuss the possible solutions to this incident. So please keep these sinners under control. Except you, Miss Faust. You're with me. Understood. Make another mess while I'm gone, and... only Ryoshu will enjoy what comes next. Keep that in mind as you wait. Oh ho! Ryoshu, don't you dare! Well, off they go, I guess. Didn't even give us the chance to ask them more questions. They're just leaving here? They're just leaving us here like this? But isn't this whole mess basically about what'll happen to us? So, this isn't anything serious, but... what's Mersault doing on the gallows? He's doing Mersault stuff. Don't bother him. Extreme meditation is what he's doing. What? Mersault, what are you doing up there? I was told to stand here, so I've done so. Who told you to do that? I did. Just trying to be helpful with you and your friend's little time tax problem. I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting. Whoa, a clock with legs? How fascinating. If someone were to submit you for consideration at the upcoming expo, you might even be worth a participation trophy. You remind me of the time when some hapless soul submitted a timepiece that doubled as a compass that had a rather tragic and critical design flaw. You could tell the time or find your path, but never both at once. Tell directions or tell time. It was only one thing or the other, leaving you lost in time and stranded in the streets. That was no good, not at all. That's no better than the clock taped to a compass at the end of the day, isn't it? Oh, right. TT5-2 protocol is operating at an experimental capacity with this office space, so don't you forget. Anyone not synced with the daily standard time might find this a little disorienting, so keep that in mind as well. What? Oh god. He seems like a really fast talker. Now that's a look of someone who has never once heard of the TT5-2 protocol, eh? TT5-2 protocol, as its name suggests, is an invention to address the temporal efficiency problem present in the TT4 protocol. It's doing test runs in only a few select T-Corp offices, so if you do ever feel the urge to leave your impressions of this new shiny thing, feel free to jot down a few words on that bulletin. Wait a minute, who wrote that 3-star review? The man whom we presume to be a T-Corp staff seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with 0 external inputs. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking. Yep, I know it. Anyways, if you're ready, let's get crackin'. I am ready. Wait, I don't know if it's really a good idea to be ready for something that looks like... The rope extending from the intimidating machine tightened around Mersault's throat. Is this what it means to pay our time tax with time? Getting hanged from the gallows? Man, this guy just looks all sorts of suspicious. Please call it by its precise name and given name, temporal scale gallows. It measures the exact amount of time you owe and sucks that time right out of you. That wasn't the original name, mind you. There was simply too much hubbub and hullabaloo about its excessively long name, which was at approximately 58 words. Or letters. I don't remember the details. Can someone ask him what will happen to Merso? He's kind of just talking and not giving answers. Is that thing going to kill Mersault? Kill him? No, nonsense. She's a very gentle machine. That is simply preposterous. However, spoken in such a manner, oft pretends that events of even greater ill fortune shall befall us. I'm not so sure as to what might happen, actually. I suppose it'll suck 10 billion ons worth of time out of your friend? Stop being obtuse. What is that even supposed to mean? Oh my god, is he going to be stuck like that for 10 billion hours or something? Oh my god, okay. Well, not exactly. Let me tell you about T-Corp's particularly generous system called the 4-hour daily minimum time guarantee policy. How generous? Even when worst comes to worst, every citizen is entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. According to the T-Corp Public Welfare Council, 4 hours is the absolute minimum number of hours in the day to guarantee human survival. Survive being the key word here. My, sucking 10 billion and 40 million ons worth of time when your friend was too much, I suppose. Looks like it says measurement hour. That rarely ever happens. Wait, you pulled the lever when you didn't even know what was going to happen? Just out of curiosity. Of course. 10 billion on of time tax debt is a historically unprecedented amount of debt, so I just had to see what would happen. You could land first place in the lottery and you still wouldn't even come close to making 10 billion on, and that's before taxes. I'd say you all belong in a museum of history if I'm being honest. Besides, I haven't seen anyone with more than 150 hours in time tax debt willingly step up to the gallows before. Anyone beyond that usually chooses to run and digs themselves into an even deeper debt hole. The point is, I scarcely expected someone in a 10 billion on time tax hole to just walk up there like that. I feel like there's supposed to be more text there. Usually the text size changes to indicate how much text is going to be there. What is wrong with this guy? Awaken, Marshal. Prithee, surrender not to such machinery. That's going to be a meme. I'm going to... You know, I will personally go back and clip that in the future. What? Thou art unharmed? I am alright. Why don't you get down from the gallows for now, Mercel? Vergilius and Faust, who returned just as this incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. Hey, blame the fellow over there who told Merceau to do that. Okay. New friend. Welcome. You know what, also, while I'm here, just while I'm at it. There we go. There we go. All signed and sealed. Now back to more Merceau shenanigans. Okay, I can clearly see that you are both accusing me of letting the sinners run wild again. But hey, we had our reasons, okay? We have reached an agreement. And you explained things to them, right? Please tell me that the agreement doesn't involve us collectively dangling from that stupid gallows. A 10 billion on is certainly an absurd amount of money, but that doesn't change the fact that we are still responsible for it. We did benefit from the extra time it granted us, and its use was something that wasn't mutually agreed upon before our unilateral activation. Because it was an unexpected event, no countermeasures could be put in place either. Yeah, but we didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feet back then. I felt a bit miffed by being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this. If you plan to sacrifice one of us to settle the debt, I request that you evaluate our worth based on individual merit. I have prepared performance evaluation sheets for each sinner precisely for one such occasion. On the last pages of those evaluation sheets are extra opinions that... I don't plan on leaving any of you behind to take the fall for the group. Besides, 10 billion on isn't the kind of money that you can settle with the sacrifice of an individual. But we did eventually find a reasonable compromise while you were wasting your time horsing around in front of the gallows. And that compromise is... we have been contracted to deal with a distortion. Ah, I guess we're really starting to put our names out there if they specifically sought us out to deal with this distortion. They have sought out other fixers and companies to deal with this issue first. We were their 6th choice after the first 5 failed to produce a meaningful result. Gotcha. Well, the stories are starting to circulate via word of mouth. I will not deny that. So what kind of distortion are we dealing with this time? This is a request regarding a series of similar, unsolved cases within T-Corp's borders. Some call it the case of Timekilling Time. Several people have already fallen victim to the perpetrator. The case of Timekilling Time. It is exactly what it says on the tin. A distortion is running wild, killing our time. Time is an asset here at T-Corp. It is not so difficult for us to track down the occasional time robberies by tracing it, but in the case of Timekilling Time, the killer does not leave any traces. It is simply gone, completely removed and untraceable. No such thing has ever happened here before. Thus, the significance of this case cannot be emphasized enough. That is why we formally request that you solve this case for us. In return, we will exempt you from your time tax debt. Whoa, thus arriveth once again my time to shine. According to a book I have perused in recent days, any and all detectives working to solve cases of urban nightmare or beyond are issued this special investigator badge during the course of their employment. 'Tis a badge that may as well be a universal pass to command all kinds of aid regarding the Alright, so we are definitely in urban nightmare territory. That is good to know. Detectives? Fixers! We plan to issue you those badges, yes? Wahoo! Much have I longed to add one such badge to my collection. Perchance thou shalt allow us to keep the badges once this case is dealt with? Nay, I demand that I be awarded at least 3 badges, one for my private collection, one for display, and one for business, so that... shut it, lass. Right, what are we waiting for? Let's crack on, whack this distortion, and get the hell out of here. Hate dealing with money problems. I value your enthusiasm, but I would also appreciate it if you could allow others to finish their sentences before cutting them off and going on a long tangent of your own. The problem is that I don't want all 13 of you running amok in an effort to solve the case. Indeed, I can't have your entire group run wild in the streets and potentially waste the precious time of our residents. Also, the Special Investigator badge isn't something that T-Corp hands out like candy. I can't give away a whole box of badges for all 13 of them. I concur. To a degree. Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the number of sinners, was the first one to welcome this offer. We should have done something like this a long time ago. What use is there in hauling around these dead weights? We will leave the useless pawns behind to wait in the bus while the elite team of high-performing individuals takes care of business. You seem rather confident that you'd be a part of that elite team of high-performing individuals, noticed she. It's ridiculous to even suggest otherwise. Alright, enough with your nonsense. So, how many of us are allowed to work on this case anyway? Virgilius trailed off, clearly unhappy about this outcome. They have decided that 4 individuals, including the manager, is an appropriate amount of people allowed to partake in this investigation. That's not a lot. Except that we barely managed to get the authorization for 4 after much debate. Then you have wasted your breath. A tag team of the executive manager and I will be more than enough to handily complete this mission. Right. So it all comes down to my choice, huh? 3 sinners. So many eyes are upon me. Not that I've never had them all look at me at the same time before, but the pressure is on a completely different level when it comes to making judgment calls like that. Looks like the manager is deep in thought, but pointlessly agonizing over something like this is a waste of time. I'm taking volunteers first, so let's see some hands. Quickly now. Forsooth, I shan't hesitate before such excellent opportunity. Maybe it's finally my time to shine. Oh, you don't even need to ask me, alright? Let's get on with it. Oh, nah, that wasn't... I'm not raising my hand, I'm just cleaning my glasses. This is no simple matter. I've not been with so few sinners before. Except for that one time when we accidentally walked out to the outskirts through the back door, so I have to take this slow and really consider all possible angles. Faust, you know all possibilities. What a mess. It would be too much trouble to list and debate all the arbitrary limitations they set, so allow me to make the choices for you this time, Dante. Well, I don't think there's too big of a gap between them when it comes to their capabilities, but they all excel in different situations. Dante, oi. I just said that I will be the one to choose your companions. No, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together, but it's also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team less than the sum of its parts. This is all about building team synergy. Wait, didn't Rhodia say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh well together? The sinners who will accompany Dante to solve this case are... I have to choose someone who can support me, calmly assess the situation, and remain free from biased judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. The sinners who fit that description are... Do we even have anyone like that? I still have to choose someone, though. Damn it, I've got it. Whoops. Sorry, bumped the mic. I choose Faust, Merceau, and Yisang. Rodion, Ryoshu, Honglu. What? What? Eh? Project Moon, please. I get this is the goofy music, but could you please maybe make something a bit different, okay? I'm sure many people out there love this theme, right? And I'll admit, I do enjoy it, but I sincerely hope that this is only limited to, like, silly moments in the intervallos, or if it's in the full canto, only there. Dante has selected me, Merceau, and Yisang. Haven't you been listening, Dante? I have certain things to discuss with Miss Faust regarding our upcoming journey, so she was not an option. Yisang was immediately ruled out before the meeting adjourned due to his history of developing an unauthorized invention at T-Corp. Mirso did not volunteer. There was no reason to volunteer. Though I may have been disallowed from joining this investigation, I'm truly grateful for your appreciation, Dante. I shan't soon forget this. Oh, wait, that's, Hey, Aldous, you know that's not at all what I meant. I just thought that maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to effectively manage the remaining sinners while we're... okay. I really soured the mood, didn't I? Haha. Man, this is the first time we see Aldous just in absolute shock. Is it disappointment? Is it just absolute betrayal? We don't know, and perhaps we will never know. But this is golden. The three of them, whom I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out together, all turned to look in my direction. Wow, just the three of us, eh? A trio is such an eye-catching number, isn't it? Okay, Rhodia I get, but why the two of you volunteer? Thought it sounded F-A-H. Fun as hell. The greater the quantity and diversity of experience, the better it is. Yeah! Don Quixote tragically drops her head to the ground, crestfallen. I have naught else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in this world. Indeed, that must be why Sir Vigelius has failed to catch mine impassioned hand. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Vigelius did not even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise their hand. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though. Hup! 'Tis my final legacy I bestow upon thee. What's all this? A book, a magnifying glass, and... are these clothes? 'Tis my treasure, my collection. Prithee, be gentle with them. Oh, but why are you carrying 3 sets of clothing? One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business. Verily, is that not obvious to thee? Records of Investigation, Solutions to the 13 Problems by Agatha. Or is it Agatha? Ah, someone's autographed it. So who's this Agatha? Fie! How are ye all so ignorant in the lower fixers? Once she was a grade 1 fixer who was so prolific that she may as well have been the face of the 7 Association. Truly? No one? Most people don't know those lore, Don Quixote. Cumbersome clothes. How wilt thou call thyself an ace detective when not dressed appropriately for the occasion? Here, 'tis only the right that the leading ace detective adorn her countenance with this special moustache. Look, Lady Agatha says in the foreword to this book that any self-respecting ace detective must always dress themselves in impeccable fashion. Don Quixote, just let go. So, I mean, I'm sure everyone has their reasons, but how come you didn't get picked for this, Ishmael? Didn't get picked, and never volunteered. Hey, it's not every day you get a legitimate chance to get some free paid time off without breaking company rules, and I wasn't about to let that chance slip. I guess I did have some last-minute regrets when I saw who Vigelius picked, but I'll just relax for a bit and jump in to help him out when needed. Well, good luck. Well, call us the Elite Four. How's that? You see, big and, a certain company may not appreciate that. Well, the self-proclaimed Elite Four runs around T-Corp. Why don't we find a place to take the edge off and unwind? How unfortunate. T-Corp did not authorize the rest of the sinners to run abound unmonitored. You must understand that we simply cannot let individuals responsible for 10 billion ons worth of time tax roam free without proper collateral. Looks like they have temporary lodgings for those who have failed to pay their time tax. Regalius was pointing at what was clearly a jail cell. Are you certain that's the lodging guide? They're going to jail? Yep, as living collaterals, apparently. Hey, it'll be fun. Hey, bet she'll look fondly back on this memory when it's all said and done, Kay? We'll be right back, so be nice and stay put. Nice. This jail cell at least has some heating. Wait. What happens if they just leave and don't come back? We'll be seeing them again after 10 billion ons worth of time passes, I guess. What? Hey, wait, get back here! There's more than enough time to finish waving on the loom. Calm down, alright? We'll be back before you even... Aww. Hold on. I gotta zoom in on this. I need to. I must. A little sad stick figure. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. And then Mersault out there being just Mersault, the best buddy. Thou shalt return triumphantly as a glorious band of ace detectives. Mark my words. We set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigator badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining sinners behind. After a while, all we could hear was the sad, intermittent clattering of metal as someone violently shook the bars. Alright, looks like everyone's ready then. Okay, let's get a move on and have a little chat with the third victim. Let's see, the case records say that. Aha, there it is. It's just a stone's throw away. Huh? Huh? What do you mean, huh? Look at the record. It clearly states that neither of the first two victims is in a communicative state. How unfortunate. No, I mean, why are you coming along with us? I'm sorry, but we're not taking sidekick applications right now. Go away. Shoo. Shoo. Incorrect. One of us will be joining your team. We were going to send an employee with you so that we can receive immediate updates regarding your investigation progress. Pull that stick out of your ass. Yes! Yes, the portraits even change. We plan to send a Class 2 staff with you, but you're... Me? Class 5, see the badge? The chatterbox of an employee replied cheerfully as he produced a twinkling badge from his clothes. Apologies for failing to recognize you, sir. I scarcely expected to see a Class 5 auditor all the way down here. That guy's a Class 5 staff? Really? Class 5 is the highest rank one could reach as a wing employee, right? What? Yeah, I thought so too. Well, don't be so sure. It depends on which wing you're talking about. Who knows? Maybe there are Class 12 or even 20 employees out there. Get it? Got it? Good. And then let's get a move on. We stared in sudden bafflement at the employee who had already stormed out of the building, then hurriedly followed him out of the door. Holy cannoli, this is long. Isn't it absolutely brilliant? The very concept of killing time. They're not slowing down or speeding up time. They're eliminating it completely. Just yanking it out of circulation. So, your name is... Mai? Relax and call me however you want. Names are such an unimportant things, aren't they? No. Names matter. Really? You've never called anyone by their names, though. Relax and call you however we want, but you're obviously here to be our handler. That's true. That does make things a tad awkward, doesn't it? Let me think. Aha! I've got it! You're all dressed like detectives. Why don't you consider me your ever-helpful assistant who tags along on your adventures? Okay, but still. Ryoshu, who was staring off at the distance while puffing her cigarette, suddenly spoke up, just as Rhodia was about to retort. Assistant, lead us. Right away, ma'am. What's the difference between an assistant and a servant? You know, my family used to employ... Yeah, they sure warmed up to him fast. I really don't know what accent to give Ryoshu. Maybe not even accent, but just voice. Oh my god, we're only 5. Mandatory reading, as they say. Let's see, the third victim of this case is this watch factory's. Hold up. The obviously gaudy and expensive suit, the meticulously trimmed and shaped mustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my deductions. You're right on the money, detective. Well, we're off to a great start. Foo-hoo. We are detectives working on the case of Timekilling Time. My name is... pardon? What? What's going on? Ryoshu, detective. He sure is a fast talker. He's talking way faster than Merso did when he revealed those chickens. He's talking so fast, it's like someone pressed a fast forward button in him or something. Can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. Now that, my friends, is someone who has a lot of time. What's that supposed to mean? An average C-Corp citizen has about 20 to 28 hours in the day, but you might also run into someone like him. People with plenty of time to spare. Because they have so much surplus time, they can afford to condense 40, 50 hours into a single day. And to people with fewer hours in the day, it'll look as though he's moving 2, 3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time could pick their nose in the blink of an eye before anyone else even has the chance to catch them in the act. Ew. I gave Rhodia a quick look of concern. She had to do something before Ryoshu SHNK sliced him. NC, I don't know what it would be. A quick look, as in the brief flicker of the flames burning on my clock. Would you mind slowing down a bit? I'm just worried that you're at a serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. He shook his head in frustration, very rapidly that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. He began to play his voice back at us. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name's Bumble, a proud proprietor of this watch factory. Apologies for this awkward method of communication. You see, my days are 52 hours long. I used to live 100-hour days in my heyday, but the things have taken a turn for the worst at the factory in the recent years. 52 hours? To me, it looks as though you're all walking very, very, very slowly. I must say, it's quite frustrating, but I am willing to suffer this annoyance as long as you can solve this case. You have 52 whole hours to spend in a single day. Gee, I can't even imagine what that'd be like. Oh, I could tell you if you're that curious, It's a very, very full life, I must say, Having more time to spend in a day means that I can get more things done in a day. Like sleeping 10 or more hours a night and having more than 40 hours left to spend. Good sleep really is the key to keeping your skin moist and fresh indeed. I'll let you touch it if you want. I don't like the voice I gave after I had to read that. I'm thinking the uhs and the ahs are like, maybe that's like speeding up or something. As though in an effort to demonstrate, Bumble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth while we stood there listening to his recordings. ADC. Get to the point. It was one late evening. Let's see, like always, I was busily walking down the street. I had a very, very important meeting to attend to, you know, and all of a sudden... An attack? No, I just happened to recall that I left the bacon on the kitchen counter at home. I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt. Aha, my second oldest aunt used to sprinkle that salt all the time. The point... Well, so I stopped briefly looking at the clock tower and wondering if I should head back home to the salt, that bacon. And that's when Time Ripper struck. The clock tower? Each one of the 12 zones at T Corp has a clock tower that displays A Corp's standard time scale. Because everyone has different hours to spend in the day, the watches sync with their respective time scales as well. So to tell the real objective time, one would have to check the clock tower. Oh, yeah, that's pretty neat. Alright, you two, let's focus on the important stuff. Let's see, how about we start with a physical description? A fine tailored suit. A tailored suit? A bit fancy for someone called the Time Ripper, don't you think? It must have cost me about 58 million on, Of course, since it was tailor-made, its comfort was beyond human imagination. Wait, what? Oh, and how could I forget this impressive yet keenly shaped mustache? Hey, I wasn't talking about your own physical description. One more chance until I SYNC. Oh, you mean the murderer's appearance? Well, let me think. I don't recall anything. It just happened so fast that... How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face? Nope. It was just... 100 hours was gone in the blink of an eye. I missed my very important appointment thanks to that. I'll have you know, I suffered so much damages. Gah! 100 hours? So you lost a whole week in the blink of an eye? Huh? No! 100 hours for me is just 2 days or so. Still, you have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days, huh? Ribbon away time, huh? An invention that enables something like that would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award and the loads of prize money that comes with it. T Corp really values and supports its inventors, you know. Some people say that once upon a time, T Corp's executive director himself showed up to bestow the awards. I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I say that he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once, and he was giving away autographs. Then maybe we're looking for an inventor who received an award for that tech? An assistant? Okay, let me take a sip of water. But with every invention that T Corp needs to be registered at the Technology Administration Agency, though it is not without a few exceptions. There once was a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine Literatures made some inventions that they neglected to register. And wow, what a mess that was! Every single corner of T Corp was up in arms. Everyone dashed about in panic, making arrests, holding important meetings, while It was that big of a deal? I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for Yi Seng. Alright, so... is there anything like that registered in T Corp's tech agency? Nope, first time hearing anything about it. You gotta start it there, you know. What if this is a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Ryoshu, who was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out the factory window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, no corpses. Well, yeah, no one's actually dead. and we don't know where the killer is. Who could it be, I wonder? Someone who took a liking to my very expensive suit, I say. Disagree. Your suit's shit. Alright. Besides, if I really wanted to kill you... Me? Why would you... I'd have to be able to move as fast as you do. I want to be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. Ryosha strode toward him before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Ryosha was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard to his neck despite the disparity in time. Gah! He stabbed me in my vitals or whatever, but he did appear all of a sudden, just like you did. I see. So the killer isn't just running around whipping time away from random people left and right. Yes, the killer was specifically going for that. Yes, the killer was going specifically for that ass. A-S-S. The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I'd thought. I meant that annoying stupid stash. Not having the kid here is frustrating. Aww. Yosha loves Sinclair. No way. Can you think of a single person who would ever hate someone like me? I can think of more than a few. I say that it must have been the work of some bandit who wanted to try on my tailored suit. What about your employees? Lady Agatha's book says that, to find the culprit, we must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose it's at least a very good page-turner. Long Lu can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out too, once we get back to the bus. Yeah, that works. Then, the culprit has to be someone who hates the owner so much enough to try to take his time. Nuh-uh. That seems quite implausible, as you can see. What? The laborers at this factory. They're all working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses. Oh, most factory laborers like them usually live rather short 10-hour days, most of which they spend at their factory jobs anyway. What did you say? Listen up, everyone. Our output gain saw only 13% growth compared to last month's growth. Have I not impressed upon you how important this is? We'll be falling behind profit margin projections at this rate. Bumble hollers at them in frustration. The laborers very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner. Even that simplest action taking an excruciatingly long time to complete. Boss, it's impossible to work any faster than this. Oh, how bothersome. Less complaining, more assembling. Use your times effectively. Chop chop. You have no idea how frustrating it has been for me as of late. Did you even know that the next batch of cogs have stopped all of a sudden? We could understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble. You're talking way too fast for them to understand, you know that? How do you expect them to understand the thing you're saying? So, it's not me who's too fast, it's them who are too slow. Only hustlers and busy bees like myself who can make the best of their time can rise above the rest in this chaotic, bustling city. Ah, great. Did you happen to go to Hustlers University by chance? What? You know that's a load of bull. How are they supposed to hustle or make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? And with what time? Hey, Rhodia, hey. I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in T-Corp after all. Hey, assistant, you're a Class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think there's anything normal about all of this? Normal? Dear detectives, do you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest in the city, all the way from A to Z? Can you confidently say that you have seen all there is to see? Not really, but... Then give this idea a thought, why don't you? That the notion of what is normal is just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, that suffering is just a part of life in the city, regardless of which nest you're in. I don't see any suffering in that mug of Mr. 50-hour days right here. Such harsh words. I have my share of pain, you know. I have my share of pain, I'll have you know. I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of a pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day? It's so tedious. Bumble gently fixed his mustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. You know, I'm thinking that bait would be a very effective method on getting the killer. Well, nuts. Here's the thing, I don't really have a good tremor unit on her, but I guess I'll have to live with this. Alright, Shotgun Ryoshu. Wait. Ew, effervescent corrosion. I didn't know what I used that. Oh yeah, that's right. No. I didn't uptie Dimension Shredder after it got... I forgot why the refund happened. Maybe we can flip the script on our line of thought? What kind of people, Rhodia, do you think hate rich people? Who do you think would hate people like me? Well, except for my family. If I ever do get murdered under mysterious circumstances, I'm willing to bet that it's one of my family members who did me in. Or Heathcliff. Yeah, that's a pretty dark joke. The culprit ran straight for Bumble, but his employees literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either. Yes, if the culprit's hiding among those slowpokes, Cluck would have noticed it. Then that narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory, someone without much time, someone who's got a bone to pick against the time rich. Or it could be someone who's unhappy about the state of affairs in the T-Corp nest. Also, while Dante could be right that this power was granted by a distortion, nothing rules out the possibility that they may be using an unregistered invention. There may be more than a single culprit, then. More than a single culprit, Wait, I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. Nah, no way. I doubt it. They don't ever take drastic actions like these anymore, even back at J-Corp. Whoa, that's some coincidence, isn't it? I happen to know of a group of people just like them. Sometime later, in a certain alleyway, a group of people unhappy with the state of affairs in the nest. Perhaps you're looking for the Eurodivier? Ah, that rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of that organization, Rhodia? Rhodia stopped dead in her tracks. The Eurodivier. Here? Do you know something about that organization? I did hear that they've been spreading through the nests as of late, though it hasn't been long since they started popping up within T-Corp's borders. So direct T-Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest in question to question any suspicious individuals. Methinks it's a real bother, standing guard here, all this stop and search. So tedious. So, what are the Eurodivia up to around here? All kinds of stuff that petty thieves get up to, stealing things like time or money. Well, I did hear that they also do some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people, and... Wait, stop right there, you! What are you looking around all shifty for, eh? It's a stop and search. This fellow. Oh, hey, I'm just trying to walk away from that lady with the cig and that creepy glare. Where can we find them, the Eurodivia? Well, it probably ain't too difficult. Let's see, there. Hong Lu! A sudden explosion tore Hong Lu to shreds as he was peeking around an alleyway. Speak of the devil. Maybe I should have activated their badges earlier. Activate our badges? Ooh, starting off with a bang, huh? Good luck, Dante. Let's bring him back. Yeah, gotcha. Turn in the clock now. Wait, you can bring him back? There! The explosion came from that way! Damn, watch chains at T-Corp. Here to collect our filthy dues, eh? Okay, no time to explain, right? Then let's talk about that later. Okay. I got a bit nervous that they were going to just plop us in 5v3. Wow, you people are really... Hey, you panic type. And actually that looks a lot like the Church of Gears, if I'm going to be honest with you. What does that take? 3 sloth, 3 gloom, 2 pride. When this unit takes lethal damage, their HP does not drop below 1. Instantly heal 80% of their max HP and recovers from stagger. When this buff effect activates starting next turn, this unit gains 2 attack power, up at every turn start for 5 turns. Okay, that's really good. It's at least an insurance policy. You know, Ryoshu, you could also try, landing heads, right? Have you maybe considered landing heads? Like, these are basic mooks. They're nobodies. They don't even have a lot of passives. Actually, they only have 1 passive. We should be able to thoroughly thrash these hooligans. Also, then here's Hong Lu, just really picking up a lot of tremor counts. Self-tremor counts. What did that do? Hold on a second. What's that? Tremor distribution. Gain some of all allies' tremor counts. Number of surviving allies. Offense level up next turn. For 2 turns, when hit by skills that trigger tremor burst, raise the stagger threshold by 4. Ooh. Trigger amplitude. Oh, that is cool. Okay, you know what? I take back what I said. You people are actually kind of cool. You also have amplitude conversion. It's such a shame that you're all going to die very quickly, though.
직접 타도하죠.
제대로 찝었군. 제대로 찝었군.
이런 것도 되죠. 편하게 가자고요.
Still have yet to see the full animation of that. Also, I think it really is just bizarre that they have a... I think it's bizarre that they have a WoW Fast Ego, and yet Fausta isn't on the team. We're not going to be seeing that ego for a while.
편하게 가자고요. 편하게 가자고요.
걸려라. 자, 한 건 했고.
대의에 맞서는 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠.
Indeed, a great time. Actually, what are the rewards?
다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
So we've got both of those. Then there's the event ID. Another banner, another thing. 20 tickets. Only... Oh wait, no, it costs 5... Okay, it costs 5 watches. And there's 100 golden tickets that we can get. Which I'm... Like, come on, we couldn't have gotten blue tickets, at least? Because it takes a lot of blue tickets to level up an ID all the way up to level 45, you know, Project Moon. The Love Thread, 50 random boxes, 50 yellow boxes. Good stuff all around.
단원일발 장전.
Retreat! Hey, participation trophy. Participation trophy? Is he talking to me? How on earth did you do that earlier? Tick tock, and voila! It seemed to me that you rewound the time and unwounded your friends. Wounded your friends. I've never seen a tech that could rewind time like that. Well, that's trade secret. Ask and you shall receive. Pain. Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time? As far as I'm aware, there's practically no way to rewind time for a singular entity that exists in an open, unenclosed area. Either that, or my study didn't reach as far as I thought it did. Wait, no, that's actually a very serious problem then. I was very desperate, you know. It's very unlikely that I missed anything. You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that we're wasting our time chatting about inane stuff while they're all getting away. Come on, Dante. Hold on, inane stuff? This is extremely serious. It is important. Its importance is absolutely incomparable to what amounts to arresting a few small fry revolutionaries. If it was a true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already. So I thought that's what this is. Then it must have been something to do with time manipulation. I'm certain of it. Maybe it works with the same mechanisms as the TT2 protocol under the hood? No, that only works within an isolated enclosure. It can't rewind the time of a singular individual. Perhaps they are drawing time from elsewhere to inject it into their time streams? That seems a tad more plausible. If you're actually rewinding their time, then the visual elements of the process would manifest in a vastly different manner. I suppose this means that you can't really rewind or skip time either, am I right? You can't just say all that gibberish and expect me to be able to... The process also seems to involve a great degree of pain. Oh well, it seems to be in bad taste to say that it's good news, but I suppose I can say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat auspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty only if we had to venture into one of the more dangerous places like the back streets, but here we go. Check the other side of your badges. There should be a small clockwork knob attached to your badges in there. Mind rotating it for me? The Class 5 staff jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects within the matter of seconds before reaching out and pointing out at the badges we were wearing. Not all fixers specializing in investigations are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. That is why these special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into suits that higher-ranking staff members of T-Corp wear. It's called Golden Time. If you keep the clockwork wound, it will automatically speed up the body's natural regeneration process as soon as it detects that its wearer is at risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? So I don't actually have to turn the clock myself. Well, it takes some time for it to refill once its charge is spent. If you ever run out of its uses, then I suppose it all comes down to you. Participation trophy. You'll have to take one for the team and bring them all back yourself. You're willing to do that, but not willing to help us before we get torn to shreds, huh? I prefer that. Good. Oh. Ready? Let's go after them then. Sometime later. Where did they run off to? I'm pretty sure they came this way. Cheh. No more tracks. We wasted too much time on his boring lectures. Hey, assistant. Are you sure it's okay for you to just saunter behind us like you're running out on a picnic? Well, why would I run? I hate running. It's literally your job to arrest the Eurodivia, isn't it? Is it though? But my job at this precise moment is to keep my eyes on you and your investigation regarding the case of Timekilling Time, not making Eurodivia arrests. But you're a T-Corp employee. Okay, fine. Let's say that I decide to run instead of walk and helped you capture those Eurodivia rascals. What then? Will T-Corp suddenly stop having problems just because they're gone? Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? Not to mention that, as long as the leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it. Excuses. Then K-T-A. If we do kill them all, that only opens up room for a worse syndicate to take their place. And if that happens, that collector friend from earlier might end up suffering from something much, much worse than having to stop and search random passers-by. Not to mention that I'll be getting muscle cramps from all the running. That's... Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird, I thought you wouldn't want to arrest them. Right? I thought Rhodia would be a bit happier to be reunited with the Eurodivia. Okay, well, since it looks like the trail's gone cold, let's go back to the stop and search lady and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left. Fine. The T-Corp employee we met earlier was standing completely inert, not moving a muscle. Poor woman. I can't believe she's still on duty at such a late hour. Such is the life of a laborer. No. They got her. Can't even hear her breathing. That's the Time Ripper's MO. The Time Ripper got to her that fast. She's in a state of absolute stillness. A death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands. What a misophobic art. Ryosha just blowing a puff of smoke. Though she may be in a state of stasis to those of us watching from the outside, for her, this must be as brief as a blink of an eye. What do you think the culprit's trying to do with all that time? Guys, this is a crime scene. Let's try not to touch the body. I mean the victim. Whoa, look. There must be some sort of spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon going on here. She is completely incorporeal. Is this seriously the time to... Rhodia, there, up ahead! I whipped around, noticing the now familiar sensation of a distortion, and caught a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly slipping into the fog. You, stop! Ryoshu, think you can catch up? I'm not your hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you, just this once. Oh, she's pretty fast. Ryoshu sure moves fast when she finds something interesting. It's been a while since I've seen people like you, the kind who sprint forward with their eyes fixed on the horizon. Here, everyone only ever looks down, their necks bent and gaze locked to the ground, watching their own feet take their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time on the clock towers. But there must have been a time when everyone walked tall. I think I know what that is. It's because they all learned helplessness. Because they realized that, even if they ran till their lungs burst, nothing will change. That it doesn't matter. Yeah, not everyone can run like Merso. Learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm is not easy. That's not what I'm talking about. We're having a moment here, Honglu. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember? It's the same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and search." Yeah, maybe she saw someone suspicious, approached them for a stop and search and got him ambushed. We should ask her when she recovers. But we don't know when she'll recover. Sometime later. Catch. Are you sure you captured him alive? Hey, Ryoshu, doesn't he kinda look a bit different from the mysterious person that got away? He's clearly wearing something different. Besides, he's one of the Eurodivia we already ran into. Clothes are just husks that can be cast off at any moment. He started running as soon as our eyes met. Hey, rise and shine. Ugh, how am I the suspicious one? Anyone would run if someone like you started sprinting after them, with that big sword in your hands. Huh? I have many, many ways to crush the truth out of you. First. Hey, no dismembering. This is the Eurodivia's turf. You'll soon regret dragging me down here. I prepared this secret weapon just for this occasion. Oh, watch out! But nothing happened. Okay, what was that? One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Eurodivia T-Corp branch, the portable adjustable frequency periodical lighting apparatus attachment sound wave generator. This will call every single Eurodivia in its range to this exact location. You know, you could have just called it the Get Over Here Nator. There, see what I mean? See the problem prevalent among inventors? They never know when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. You'll pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin. Will I? Will I? Bah, you're all the same. Just kindly perish, please. Make this easy for the both of us. But yeah, so far, I'm really... No way. Is he spitting out his lollipop in that skill 3? Is that what's happening? God, the amount of disrespect on Honglu. Or the amount of disrespect that Honglu is giving.
직접 타도하죠.
God, you are both at 0. How come they are rolling heads and you are not, Ryoshu?
이 사건에
Let's see here. Good, it's only 15 tremor that gets consumed, so... Yeah. But so far the new Honglu feels really good. I know that's because it's an event thing, but still. Like a lot of self-tremor generation, a lot of... Actually no, I would have to try this maybe in either a mirror dungeon run or like EXP or whatever. Just to get a full grasp on like whether he's generating so much self-tremor because of the skills or something else. If this is how it would be normally. But yeah, have any of you been able to try out the new Faust Ego?
직접 타도하죠.
I haven't, just because I mean, as you can see, we do not have a Faust, so we cannot try the Faust Ego without the Faust.
편하게 가자고요.
이 정도면 너무 성공적인데. 추가
와우.
나오는 거 아니야?
단원일발 장전.
We'll eventually get through the rabble. Win rate.
이런 것도 되죠.
Ah, how far along are you in Kanto 6? Which, by the way, like, Kanto 6 was really quite difficult, just on release day. I know some people may have issues with nerfing Kanto bosses, but I mean, it's a story boss, right? People that are here for the story probably are not going to be too thrilled about a certain boss just constantly killing the one conditional.
A에 거스르지 말고.
Yeah, it should be easier. I have gone back and done like the final boss of that quite a few times, even with like some base IDs, and it's actually worked pretty decently. Well, admittedly the idea was level 45 and at upside 4, but still.
다음 배를 날려주지.
가자.
A에 거스르지 말고.
Yeah. Whoa, my god, 30?
이런 것도 되죠. 편하게 가자고요.
No freaking way, 27, that is a lot on a skill 3.
자, 한 건 했고.
And you know what? I'm just going to be honest. Okay? Typically, I do not use Honglu IDs. Alright, I'll admit it. I hardly ever use Honglu IDs. I don't care if they're good or not. Just, for some reason, I just never... It just didn't click with me, right?
편하게 가자고요.
It's not like they're, like, boring in design, but it's like... I don't know. I don't know what it is about Honglu. There's just something about it.
자세가 무너져.
But this one, though,
다음 배를
I actually feel... This one's, like, just really, really cool. Stylistically, it's cool. It's Tremor. Honglu actually has an ego to go along with it.
A에 거스르지 말고.
Nice.
A에 거스르지 말고.
But yeah, how far along are you in Kanto 6? Partially because I just want to if there were certain parts that I would talk about it, like I want to make sure I don't accidentally spoil it for you,
제대로 찝었군.
unless you don't care. Actually, no. No, actually, I want you to experience it, because it's really good.
한 건 했고. 가자.
편하게 가자고요.
Actually, you know what this reminds me of?
되죠.
It sort of reminds me of like Library of Ruina music.
가자고요.
I don't know exactly what it is about it,
편하게 가자고요.
but that is like the strong vibes I'm getting from it.
자, 한 건 했고.
You know what? I completely forgot that you watched my stream, so of course you would know what. Okay, that one's on me.
대의에 맞서는 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠.
How did I forget?
그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해
I'm very sorry. I owe you an apology for that. One of the few fellows that was there to witness, and also actually stick through the amount of scuff that was there. Anyway, after matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated Eurydivian members together, we managed to track them down to a rundown building that appeared to be their hideout. You finally managed to track us down, haven't you? Filthy watch chains of T-Corp, and you clock. What is this, the Riddler? Riddle me this, clockhead. You clock, he says. It's only elementary, because I am an ace detective. Ace detective? Rudy explained triumphantly as she flicked her hair back, but I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. More like ace Yep, we're all ace detectives. Sure, I'll admit we shouldn't have let you track us down, but you don't look too strong. It is a foolish move to fight a lion in his den. I hope you've prepared yourselves. Don't you worry about our butts. We've got a class 5 staff with us, you know. I can deduce a few things about you. 1, that man's outfit. That aloof look on his face. I see. It's likely that you're not lying that he really is a class 5 staff. 2, you're absolutely shameless for bringing a class 5 watch chain to a rundown hideout like this. Okay, why does this have anything to do with shame? I don't know about shame, but this place sure is run down. Right, how about this? I'll sit this one out just for the sake of fairness. It'll be like cheating if I were to take part in this fight, yeah? That is a fair proposal. Fine, I accept your offer. Okay, do we not get a say in any of this? Stupid. Alright, you jobbers should probably be the same.
패고 터뜨려주지.
And you know what? I'll let you listen to the sweet, sweet tunes of this while I kind of either do a win rate and stretch. Because it's very important to stretch now and then.
한 건 했고. 걸려라.
이런 것도 되죠. 편하게 가자고요. 직접 타도하자.
걸려라. 자, 한 건 했고. 자, 한 건 했고. 자, 한 건 했고.
Alright, I am back. 2 waves? Are you any different? No? Where's the mystery man with the top hat? Where's the Riddler? I want to fight the Riddler.
이런 것도 되죠.
God, he's so stylish. One of the few times I'm actually going to praise that lad.
두드려 패고 터뜨려 주지.
Actually, no, I've always thought that
다음 배를
Hongli
날려주지.
style was always good. Well, typically good.
자, 한 건 했고.
Oh man, this just makes me wonder though what we're going to get with Murder on the Warp Express. I know we haven't even seen the distortion for this one yet, but God, if they bring back certain enemies from Library of Ruina, that is going to certainly be an experience. Die! I'm prepared to die by frog!
슬픔에 흔들린 마음 이렇게 터져버리죠.
Alright, what's your theory? Actually, it would certainly be something.
그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
Okay, that's Rhodia. That's Ryoshu. I guess that's supposed to be Hong Lu, but it kind of just looks like a very tiny, a very squished version, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, and then there's that. All of this is very stylish. The Eurodivia mystery.
사건 속으로.
Having minus coin ID. Ah, this. Oh my god. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the. Like this specific backdrop. It reminds me of the droplet abnormality event. I don't know exactly what it's called, but. Ah. I wonder if that thing's gonna make an appearance in the railway. I doubt it. I'm not sure if that would even fit the masquerade theme, but. The latest 2 counters starting. Yeah, the next canto is Dawn's. Groovy. No, it's fine to say it. Tell me what your theory is. Even if it doesn't add up, like, it can still lead to something else. Actually, you know what? What if it's something like the 8 o'clock circus? Because wasn't that whole thing like also people were kind of just teleporting to it? So what if Dawn's Kanto is similar to that? Like even just the whole vibe kind of was similar to it. Man, that is the most amount of charge I've ever seen on Spanner Rodion. Oh man. If we did end up going to the 9 o'clock circus. No, we wouldn't. They're all dead. We can't go there. Well, I guess I guess it depends on whether the circus needed or needs the ringleader to be there or not. If it doesn't, then okay, it still exists. If it does, then, well, I mean, they ain't coming back, okay? Our resident clown is not coming back.
직접 타도하지마. 편하게 가자고요.
걸려라.
Parade. Well, I at least can say this. Would there be a dungeon, though, for Dawn's Kanto? I know there wasn't a dungeon for Heathcliff's Kanto, but that's because it took place in the mansion. And in the mansion, there's already a bunch of wacky stuff going on with it, so that explains why there wasn't a dungeon for that one. The whole mansion was the dungeon, essentially. I wonder if Dawn's Kanto is going to be the same. Would it?
편하게 가자고요.
Because it could be like there's like a real part, or like a normal part, and then there's one that takes place in like, you know, the actual dungeon itself. They're not going to give us a new Heath's Kanto exclusive ID. It could. They could make it look like a raid. Although I'm sure Project Moon is a bit hesitant to have long drawn out fights considering what happened with, what is it? Whenever Earl King Heath comes through the portal and you have to fight like the endless wave. And then we get saved. Yeah, I'm sure they're hesitant to do another thing like that just because there were performance issues last time. Or maybe they would be more than happy to do another thing like that. You know? They learned how to handle it, they optimized their code or whatnot, and now they are able to do more stuff like that. Also, I'm sorry, Riddler, I didn't even acknowledge your existence. I completely forgot that this is a special stage. Don't worry, I'll look at your skills before I kill you.
편하게 가자고요.
Assuming I didn't already kill you. Alright, I can't see your skills. You're... Okay. If the target is staggered by this unit's attack or tremor burst, all allies... Alright, who is this clown? Who let the clown... Who let the clown lead the parade? S.A.D. Also, they are not going to give us a new Heath's Kanto exclusive ID. I do think they... Here's the thing. They could give us another... I'm going to say Season 6 ID, but when I say Season 6 ID, I'm talking more like Kanto 6 ID. We quickly moved our conversation into the hideout after defeating the Eurodivi members. Like, look at that. Like, I'm assuming that it's not an error. It's not a spelling error, because that is too many times. Grr. Surrender and confess. Starting to run low on patience. Might kill you soon. Okay, no. Looks like Ryoshi's getting tired of playing detective. We've surrendered already. Not sure what you want us to confess either. What, would you like us to confess that we're the Eurodivier or something? We hesitated, unsure if he really was clueless or not. That's when Rhodia confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the Eurodivier captain. Right, questioning time. You've always hated this nest's state of affairs, am I right? Must you really ask? You like inventing stuff and not registering them to the tech agency, don't you? Again, must you really inquire about something that you could discern simply by looking around? Ooh, mind if I take a gander at these inventions? Wait, don't just go around touching... I see. This hedgehog toy is a time bomb disguised as a plushie. It scans the palm as soon as it enters within a certain proximity range, and if it doesn't recognize the palm as an authorized individual's, it'll shoot out its spines to penetrate the intruder. But you've screwed the parts too tightly down here. You'll do well to remember that mechanical engineering isn't all about tightening the screws as hard as you can. Sometimes you need a slightly loose screw or two to make things fit better. And another thing, if I were you, I would have made the spine holes hexagon-shaped, not circular. You could tell all that from a quick look. You are certainly no common employee. Either way, most of these are experiments, incomplete products. In truth, you like making more dangerous inventions too, right? You really are a persistent one, aren't you? What are you getting at? And I'm sure these violent inventions eventually led to something that can completely rip someone's time away. Wait, what? The culprit behind the case of Timekilling Time. It's you guys, right? It's what you do, isn't it? You see something that rubs you the wrong way, so you go ahead and smash it to bits. That's a bit of a logical leap, isn't it? Who do you think we Eurodivier are? Sounds like this friend of yours in the Eurodivier really messed up big time in the past, Did he do something drastically violent? No, Sonya, he always knew how to say the right things to get people to agree with him, to convince them to join his cause. His words filled me with this confidence that we could really change the world that was as effortless as letting candy slowly melt away in my mouth. But what could he possibly do to change the world? He doesn't even do anything not like these guys. I bet the Teacup Eurodivier are nothing more than knockoffs who just found themselves inspired by stories coming out of J-Corp or... It's absolutely baffling how you failed to correctly deduce a single thing. No, we're not knockoffs. Besides, the Saint has already brought many changes to this world. Changes that you mere detectives can't even dream of. The Saint? Indeed! Saint Sonya was the one who really sparked the fire of the Eurodivier in every nest. Well, that isn't the only reason they call him the Saint, but that's besides the point. Eurodivier in every nest? Sonya did that? Since you claim to be Saint Sonia's friend, allow me to say it in no uncertain terms. The Eurodivier has nothing to do with your case. Sonya, are we supposed to take you at your word? First, we don't have this time-killing technology. We can still time with timepieces, but it's practically impossible to kill time. Making something so absurd would surely catch the tech agency's attention. And that is trouble that I am not willing to invite. Why? You've certainly been causing a ruckus here. Isn't that what the Eurodivia wants? Chaos? We must kill chaos. Please don't compare us to the likes of Backstreet's gangs. Though there are those among us who want that chaos, of course. One of our former members insisted that we must take the abundance of time in T-Corp for ourselves and have our comrades divided equally among us. But such drastic action would also hurt the have-nots, those who do not deserve such pain. So we must adhere to the saint's teachings. To truly tear out the throats of the witch, we must wait for the right moment. The right moment. So it really was Sonia. So I've been wondering, are you really the saint's friend? Of course she is. He even invited her to join his journey. Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence. Dante says, let's leave for now. Are we not arresting them? Didn't one of you give me a whole lecture about how it's my job to arrest them? Rodeo ignored the assistant's question and turned around to leave the hideout, wearing a dark expression, something I had never seen from her before. The assistant shrugged and we were about to leave the hideout as well, but the Eurodivia captain stopped us. Wait, if you really are a friend of the saint, then I can't let you leave without giving you some advice as the more experienced detective. I was able to establish a few things from this conversation, so allow me to share them with you. Oh, right. You dabble in detective work from time to time as well, yes? Is this a common thing that you Eurodivia get up to? No, only the Eurodivia branch in District 20 do. Anyway, if I were you, I would start by looking for a common thread that ties all the victims together. Find out what they have in common. Why? The T-Corp Collections Agency knows everything about time, where it comes from, where it goes, but not with this case. But if they know everything about comings and goings of time, how are you avoiding their eyes? Not all of us do. I can't tell you more, however. Just know that we have an ace up our sleeve that lets us continue our guerrilla activities in this nest. Anyways, does it not strike you as odd that, for someone with such impressive technology that can quite literally rip away time without a trace, the killer seems unusually passive? This tells me that there is a condition they must first meet to use their powers. Another possibility is that they have a certain creed or belief system that they follow. But ideologically motivated culprits usually leave behind more obvious evidence that points to their beliefs. Wow, I think that adds up nicely. Want to join our squad of ace detectives? Who the hell hired this bumbling team of amateur detective wannabes? Never mind. Now, would you kindly leave this place? Well, we now know where the Eurodivia are. We can always come back here if we ever need anything else.
대의에 맞서는 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠.
Yes, we finally have enough to get... Hold on, before we do that. Another analysis on the 90. 3 coin, or 3 base power, 2 coins, with 4+4 on the positive hit. Gain 2 tremor counts, at 4 plus tremor counts, gain clash power +2, so that could be a 13. Gain tremor count equal to tremor count on target, max of 4. That's good. You can really rev up the amount of tremor count that you gain. 3 coins, base power 4, +3 on heads hit, offense level +1, gain tremor count +2, at +4, gain clash power +1, at +4, gain coin power. Inflict 1 tremor count and consume tremor count on self and inflict the same amount of tremor count on target, max of 5. Okay, so it doesn't just completely get rid of your tremor counts. That's good, because that's one of the big problems with Moeller Boatworks Sinclair. He gets rid of all of his tremor count. which kind of makes him kind of sucky. This one, though, it's only a max of 5, so that's nice. Skill 3. 3 coins, base of 4. +3 on heads hit. Offense level +1. Gain +2 tremor count. Consume 8 on self to gain coin power +1. If target has +6 tremor, coin power +1. Yeah, kind of basic. So we've got an 11 at base, no conditionals. A 13 with conditionals. We've got 13, 14, 17. So we've got a 17 here of possibility. And for this we have 19. You know what? Pretty decent ID. And then there's this, which is a resonance. When using skill 1 with this effect, gain 1 more tremor counts from its coin effects, and triggers a tremor burst with the last coin. Oh. And then this is just meh. That's like 23. A 23 shield. Okay. I like this a lot. Give me.
담배 한 갑에 불창나서 다섯? 그딴 소리를 하는 거 보니 네 놈머리에 나사가 빠졌나 보군.
Oh no. No. We're going to the Outlands with this one. Oh, the Wastelands. Also, I can finally actually use a different tremor unit.
실컷 찍어라. 이왕이면 흩뿌린 피가 잘 담길 수 있겠지.
T-Corp Staff Standard Issue Weaponry, rice cooker that doubles as a slow cooker for hearty beef stew, cute chicken-shaped plush, lollipop candies of various flavor too. All kinds of items are on display in each stall. At this famous bartering market of the Eurodivia underground hideouts. A child came here to trade for an item of great importance. That is why she scrounged for every single leftover screw she could find after building her invention. 4 screws for a box of cigs. Aren't they of equivalent worth? Ah, nonsense. This box is packed to the brim with cigs, I'll have you know. This box is packed to the brim with cigs, I'll have you know. 7 screws. The Eurydivian merchant shakes his head, but the child wasn't going to back down just yet. She shoved the screws on her palm closer to his face and declared, 4. 6, and that's with the discount for being one of us, lass. 4. 5. I won't go lower than that, alright? 4. Refuse again, and I'll SYNC. Perhaps the child's glare intimidated him. His eyes began to wander in search of something he needed, something she would be happy to take care of in return for the box of cigs. They came to a sudden stop on his radio that broke down some time ago. His attachment radio. Oh, wait, just hold on a moment. How about this? No need to pay me with screws, yeah? Just get this broken radio working again, and I'll give you the whole box. Oh ho! Great, so I did try my hand at fixing it, and from what I can tell it's a wiring problem down Ah! Just as the merchant was starting to explain what was wrong with his radio, the child pulled out a massive spanner from somewhere and began smashing the merchant's radio with it. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy sound of metal slamming into metal, something one wouldn't expect to hear outside places like the workshops, was more than enough to freak out the merchant. He jumped from his seat, screaming, and tried to stop the child, but... Hey, it's Hongul in the background. I think it's Hongul. It was too late. What the hell, lass? Look, it's completely busted. Look harder. The merchant, after a moment of silence for his crushed radio, dejectedly reached out and pressed its buttons, and exclaimed with joy. What? Huh? That worked? The engineer is in here. You can always trust percussive maintenance to do its job. The child was no longer interested in conversing further with the merchant, no matter how happy he looked as he tinkered with the radio. She was now looking at the other child, who was eyeing the sundry lollipops on display at some other stall. She took a box of cigarettes from the merchant before kicking the other child in the shin. No more lollipops. Time to give me a job. Now. You know, I'm technically your captain, right? How come you're always kicking me to get my attention? You're so mean. The child protested with a lollipop in his mouth and rubbed his chin in pain. But his expression made it quite clear that he didn't really mind this small violence. In fact, it appeared that the other child was used to such treatments from her. He nonchalantly produced a bundle of paper from his overcoat and placed it in her hand. I would appreciate it a lot if you could come to our hideout to pick up your next assignment. Anyways, I'll trust that you'll take care of this list just as well, right? Your appreciation is NOMB. The targets you gave me last time were too bland. I barely felt anything from bashing in their skulls. I'm trying to think of what the abbreviation stands for. I'll figure it out later. Ah, then you'll like this one. Your next target is a bigwig, an actual industrialist, the proprietor of the biggest factory in the area. He's... The child's lips slowly curled into a smile as the other child continued to explain her target. The child, now outside the Eurodivia hideout and weapon in hand, slowly stalks her target. The look of unsuppressed elation is clear on her face. Hong Lu, that brat. He finally fished up something exciting. In her hands is a piece of paper they called the list. Names of those who exploited the weak and the downtrodden filled the paper from corner to corner, barely leaving any white paper to be seen under all that ink. Yeah, well, you know, the Eurodivia get a list, the middle gets a book of vengeance, same thing. The child's current target was on the list. It's such an artistic ecstasy to watch the look of someone who's never experienced shortened time have their time taken from them. This child didn't have some grand, just purpose in mind when she picked up this list. She doesn't really care about redistribution of wealth or making sure that no one goes hungry either. The heinous acts of evil men was none of her business, either. In fact, even the Eurodivia ideology was none of her business. She just enjoyed cutting the halves short, whether it was cutting their time short or their lives. R-O-W is the A-O-S. Whoops. The child suddenly breaks into a sprint after passing the flickering streetlight. The child swings the spanner, albeit at an oddly slow speed. If someone with a lot of time were to see it, they would even be able to tell the exact trajectory of that swing. But the rich man still failed to dodge her assault, as she swung it at a meticulously calculated angle that left no room for him to move. A weighty, blunt noise briefly echoes through the alley. The child grins satisfactorily as she places the cigarette she traded for between her lips. She'd extracted quite a bit of time from the target. That's when she noticed a brief, flashing light next to the street light. A T-Corp surveillance camera. Tch, the recording won't do this place of art justice. The child furrowed her brows and swung her spanner again, this time at the camera. The surveillance camera promptly drops to the ground. Now, isn't this a much better angle? Sorry, mate. Yeah, they out here trading in screws. I'm sorry, Ryoshu, I can only get you to level 39. Unless...
성공적인 비즈니스였지. 몇몇은
I want to at least have her at 40, okay? 43, acceptable. Okay, 75. Trade those in. Up tier to 4. What is it at? So 1 reduction in the tremor count. Plus 2 tremor inflicted. 2 tremor counts inflicted. You know what? That's actually pretty decent, actually. Slice you nice and clean and none of my business. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Actually, I thought SYNC was slice your neck clean. I could be wrong about that, though. Well then, the Eurodivia is swearing up and down that they've got nothing to do with the case, and the Time Ripper is still at large. What now, ace detectives? More like ace defectives. But we don't have any other leads. The one we walked to just left the hideout, so why don't we follow him? You want to tail that Eurodivy? Well, looks like not arresting them may pay off after all. I think it's a fair suggestion. Waste of time. We should torture them one by one until someone breaks. According to page 155 of Lady Agatha's book, an ace detective must always remain vigilant and not shy away from stakeouts. You're already on page 155? Don Quixote gave us this book so that we can all become ace detectives, Fuhu. I've been reading it whenever I can. The Eurodivia's petty time theory won't change the world. Is that why you're letting them go? Because it doesn't matter? Oh, no, not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I want to see things change. Change? It is said that the Eurodivia started from a small group of nobodies. But they kept at it, slowly but surely spreading through the city. I hear that they've been causing some real trouble in some nests, that they find it difficult to get rid of them. Do you know what people have been saying here at T-Corp? Running low on time but burning full of frustration? Then come join the Eurodivia. Unlike most people who accept injustices and move on, they don't. They refuse to turn a blind eye, confident and determined that they will one day bring real changes to the city. It's only natural that I find them extremely fascinating, to witness to what end do their desperate desires and aspirations lead. Nothing but impotent squirmings. I'm sorry. Do any of you even give a damn about solving the case? This case has a certain destructive aesthetic to it. I like it. I'm following my family elder's words to see and experience as much of the world as I can before I return, because their words better be followed. Sounds excruciatingly bothersome. So many things in this world presuming that they deserve to call themselves family. Heh, I've never heard you talk like that, Ryoshu. What will you ever accomplish with such half-heartedness? Don't worry about it. Most people live on with that very half-heartedness. It's been eons since I really desired something with all my heart, you know. No, I'm not most people. I'm... an evil grin. From the distance, a loud, rapid footsteps broke through Rhodia's quiet whispers. I knew it. The culprit was a Eurodivi. Gah! They're here. Won't give them the slip this time. Okay, let's go. Maybe you'll catch them this time if you learn to breathe like Merso. Ryoshu? Rhodia, let's... Rhodia came to a sudden stop and looked at me. Staring at me from underneath the shadows cast over her eyes. Dante, do you think it would have been any different if I followed Sonia back at the casino? Why do you ask? I mean, it's just... Watching Sonia's goals actually start to take shape while I stagnated and changing, it's making me feel... Rhodia hesitated. Odd. An odd impression. And this is the lore that the Rhodia fans were talking about. The secret sweet lore they've been waiting for. Well, not lore, but more character development. To show that she's not just a airheaded foodie. You're late, Clock. The two sinners had a head start, but it didn't take very long before we caught up to them and saw them quietly kneeling behind cover. We'll go ahead and draw their attention. We should be able to corner them in this direction. Since Ryoshu and Honglu are out there to draw the culprit here, we just have to do our part and capture them. Yeah. What's wrong, Rhodia? Just... every time I think about Sonia, I remember all the things that I couldn't do. That's all. Rhodia. Nope. Not gonna let this drag me down. I just gotta do what I can, right? Wouldn't it be so nice if the culprit showed up right now so I can get my hands on them and get this over with? All this waiting around is getting so tedious. Hopefully I'll look real badass when I arrest him. You certainly recover quick. Now that's a good attitude to have. Well, you know, ain't that how emotions are supposed to be? Constantly changing with time, you know? Is it now? I don't quite agree. Emotions don't change with time. I'd say that the changing emotions are what drive the flow of time. That's some complicated stuff. I just can't wait to hear all the praises they'll sing of me once I snag this Eurodivi rascal. That's all. You know, I want to be an ace detective. Then you shall have your chance. A chance for you to be the center of attention, a subject of praise. That long coat, that hat, you're... Rhodia, Dante, the culprit ran that way. You're... the Time Ripper. Correct. Now that is a cool design. This isn't good. It'll take a while for Honglu and Ryoshu to get here. But before we get down to business, allow me to make a few corrections. 1. I am no longer bound to an organization like the Eurodivier. In fact, I found their hypocrisy detestable. Did you know that even the Eurodivier did not use their hours equally amongst one another? That is why I have chosen action. 2. I am not killing time. You will not compare my crusade to something so hollow. I merely reap the dying hours, to share it among those who need it most. You may call me the Time Saint instead. What the hell are you talking about? Shut up and... All this is flying over your head, isn't it? You poor little thing, starved for even a morsel of praise. This is both a correction of your ignorance and our final warning. If you wish to capture me, no, us, then you must be prepared to pay the price in time. Was that an attempt at a threat? Heh, do you seriously think you can scare me like that? Sure, you're the big scary time ripper, but I've got you all figured out. I know your patterns. Something's staying your hand, isn't there? Whether it's your creed, some kind of design flaw in your tech, you can't touch my time. How'd you like this, Ace Detective's deductions, huh? Foo-foo. Half right. But you have given me two more corrections to make. One, I am not the one killing time. It's you, and everyone like you who's killing time. Two, indeed, we cannot rip a time away from just anyone, no. But I can take yours. Because you, at this very moment, are mired in tedium. What? Just biding the time, aren't you? Waiting for something to happen. Killing time. We are merely taking back the time that you would have killed anyway. Swing that axe and you might carve a small chunk of our flesh, but we will rip a chunk out of your existence. You will stir awake when the clock strikes 4 in 50 years' time, having done nothing, having lived through nothing, all in the blink of an eye. That's when it shall dawn on you, that despair, it'll all come crushing in like a flood, that disparity, the unfamiliarity of all the time you killed. Every pain a reminder of every second you've killed, thinking about how tedious it all is. You look scared. We like that look in your eyes. Rhodia stood there, completely frozen. No one could stop the Time Ripper as he walked away from us. Not me, not Rhodia. The culprit, where are they? I thought I could take them on, but when I came face to face with the Ripper, how could you give them the slip? How could you let them give you the slip? They threatened her that they were going to rip away her time. Oh no. And the Ripper knew. They knew how I felt, so... Never mind. It seemed to me that Rhodia decided not to say it out loud, but I knew that the word she wanted to say was tedious. Pathetic. Unlike you, Ryoshu, my time is important. I'm not here just to make those stupid, pointless observations about the case. I didn't volunteer out of some weird obligation either, okay? I volunteered because I genuinely wanted to solve the case. I'm not like you. Either of you. I briefly grew concerned that Ryoshu might swing her scabbard at Rhodia, but I don't think she was listening anyway. How banal. Instead, she stared up at the clock tower in silence as her cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. I guess that's a relief? Rhodia, sorry, I think I'm just getting tired of wearing a silly smile. We have 3 more to go. Man, this is actually really, really good. A lot of character. Rudy was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but the mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Rudy is in a depressive mood. If we were back at the bus, or if Yiseng or Gregor were here, they would have at least tried to do something to break the ice. But neither Ryoshu nor Honglu were the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood, so we just trudged on with our investigation. Looks like the culprit got him in the middle of something. He knew the Ripper. How could you tell? By looking at his eyes, isn't it obvious? The look in his eyes. It's the kind of look that people have in their eyes when getting killed by a rat they know. He's not exactly dead, you know. This dead body looks kinda different from the last one we saw, though. Not a dead... Okay, for the last time it's not a dead body. But what is it? The culprit tore his scarf in half. Maybe they really disagreed with his fashion choices? The Eredivier must live like fools in the eyes of others, so that we may see a path invisible to them. Rhodia? It's something Sonia once said. Told me that the scarf was a yoke to hide the great ambition, that those with such dreams must remain bound. But I don't see you wearing that scarf. I just think it cramps my style. Then chopping the scarf in half would mean that the killer might be a former member of the Eredivier. We should go back to their hideout and ask around. Sometime later. Hello, generic Sonia. Damn it, the Ripper got our boss. Huh? Are you asking if anyone quit recently? Well, it's not like they formally quit or anything, but there were some who went completely off the grid. Someone who wanted to steal the surplus time at T-Corp to share it equally among everyone. Yeah, I remember a lad like that. When his younger brother died, he became a bit weird. Did anyone want to go along with that plan? I'm sure there are some, but we shouldn't. We're the Eredivier. We must bide our time until the saint gives us the word. Is that so? Where is he? Where is he? No idea. Last I heard, he said something like, "I'll always be watching you." Creepy, innit? But I suppose that means that he's still hanging about somewhere within T-Corp borders. Our boss man's gonna be back to normal, right? He'll always be watching, huh? Clock. I always burn a cig after a kill. But you're always smoking. Because it takes about 4 minutes for the cig to burn all the way through. I get to watch as the light of life slowly burns out in their dying eyes. It really enhances the flavor. 4 minutes, and know that it takes exactly 4 minutes for this cigarette to burn away. But only 2 minutes have passed on that clock tower. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. How come no one noticed that the clock tower was broken? This isn't a new development, by the way. From the moment our little game of detectives started to this precise moment, the clock tower always measured only 2 minutes by the time I finished smoking. Didn't someone say that it's because people have learned to be helpless? I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of a pain it is? It's so tedious. Methinks it's really a bother, standing guard here, all this stop and search. So tedious. Hey, assistant. What were the first 2 victims doing when the Ripper struck? Well, let's see. One of them was attacked while purchasing a 13-flavored lollipop candy, and the other was reading a comic book starring a T-Corp inventor as its protagonist. I'd say it's a pretty fun read. Are there a lot of clock towers in T-Corp? A total of 12 in the entirety of T-Corp, but just one in this general area. The Time Ripper struck only near this clock, didn't they? Right on, detective. What if they slowed down the clock tower? It made everyone in the area feel that sense of extreme tedium. Tedium? I see. So that's what it was. He can only rip time from people who are bored. The clock tower. It should give me a nice view to blow smoke at. Ah, here's something I forgot to mention. You know that you need actual evidence to make an arrest, right, detectives? Huh? You have to catch them in the act. Can't go around arresting people just because you feel like it. But do we have to let them attack us or something, just so we can catch them in the act? Don't you know he can literally rip the time out of you? One small mistake and you might wake up weeks, months, or even years later. We don't even know if that's the kind of thing that Dante can rewind. Yes, it's all very tragic, but it's all still a part of your responsibilities. Do you even care about catching the culprit? Or is learning how he rips time all you care about? Right on again, Ace Detective. I once thought that there were no inventions in T-Corp that I didn't know their ins and outs about. You see, I have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp. I even know about the bizarre contraption your friend back at the jail cell invented while he was here. I didn't want that invention to be beholden to the T-Corp Patents Agency, no. I wanted to watch as it spread throughout the city, which is why I didn't try very hard to stop him as he escaped through the back streets. It wasn't because I was lazy, mind. So, to answer your question, no. Like in the case of the League of Nine literatures, I don't care whether we catch the culprit or not. I'm just curious about the exact mechanism behind how he rips time. It's the nature of being an inventor. Agreed. How am I supposed to even get anything done with people like... Excuse me, Mr. Assistant? I have something I'd like to ask you. Back when Merceau stood on the temporal scale gallows, didn't the machine beep very loudly? Oh, that reticent friend. Yes, it did. If you have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp, then do you also know why it malfunctioned? Of course. Why wasn't the gallows able to take 10 billion ons worth of time from Merceau? Was it really because it was broken? What are you talking about? It is statistically impossible for the machines of my design to have any faults. Usually. Then the source of that error must be Merceau. Or all of us, right? Not the machine? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You're not only looking the part, but also acting the part of an ace detective. Man, you could have fooled me. All credits go to Lady Agatha. She did say that one of the qualities of an ace detective is a mind of bottomless inquisitiveness, after all. I thought the condition of getting exempt from our time tax was that we had to catch the culprit. The culprit. That was what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again as if to address my concerns. I'm not saying I won't cooperate, of course. I may have even devised a plan for you, though it may be somewhat simple. Now, listen close. Listen closely. Insufficient enkephalin. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. One fight. There's only one character here. And you expect me to believe that this is not a boss fight? Everyone's here! Finally, we can see...
계약이 또 어그러졌나 보죠.
출발인가?
Everyone,
재밌
get in here!
준비되었습니다.
계약이
좋아, 몸 좀 풀어보자고. 좋아, 몸 좀 풀어보자고.
Actually, Rodion didn't actually get anything, huh? No, well, you'll be there just because
명단에 있는 놈들.
you're supposed to be in this story.
명단이다.
So, will this really work? I guess it's barely a plan, and more like something we came up with in the last 10 minutes, but still. Cheh, annoying. Shit, let's hide. Hiya, I've been waiting for you. Did he just say hiya to the Ripper? How interesting. Not only did you know that I'd be coming here, but you also had the manners to extend your greetings. I see. You've been tailing us this whole time. Of course. You were right under our noses all this time, weren't you? You're one of those fools playing pretend as a detective, aren't you? Killing time. You're right. Say, can you teach me how to make the most of my time? Give us your time, and we might tell you. What, 30 hours? What is this, a bloody joke? That ain't enough. Just think about all those hours we've lost fleeing from these sods. We could have spent that time ripping more hours from others. I say it's only fair that we take 300 hours from him. Agreed. He's one of the Nest lackeys, working with those filthy watch chains of T-Corp. He deserves it. If we let him go, he'll only bring further trouble. Let's show them what happens to those that oppose us. Seconded. Let's try to extract the exact amount of hours that evenly splits into 12 pieces. Sort it. Let's stab as deep as we can go. We don't want a repeat of the fat cat at the factory, do we? We're aiming straight for the center. We're not letting this bastard slip away with just a gash of 100 hours. God. Silence. I will decide the time. We will stab as deep as we can and rip 1,000 hours from him. That should be more than enough time for us to happily share. Well, I suppose we'll be losing our sense of taste for the next 1,000 hours. If we divide the burden of 1,000 hours equally amongst one another. Yeah, I can roll with that. I didn't realize that these were all different voices. It's almost like there are That's what I'm saying, Dante. The culprit wasn't the only one who suddenly began to behave strangely. Hong Lu did too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, as though he was ready to let something go. Or perhaps that was an expression of liberation. 1,000 hours. Will 1,000 hours have passed in the blink of an eye? Yes, and there will be no pain. Only the despair that awaits you upon your awakening. Then, I like that. Rip my time away. He didn't mean that, did he? A time-tearing razor, was it? So that is the core of the power that extracts time. Though it was no invention at all, but a distortion. I feel like this has something to do with Occam's razor. But I don't remember what Occam's razor is, but... You know, razor in both the names, you know. My, this is still highly fascinating. So this is the kind of power that a distortion can grant? Powers that one could only have dreamt of. After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt. Why can't we rip away a time? I see. Everything went according to plan. It's all so same. I blinked, but the world is just as familiar and changeless as ever. What? We rocked right into a trap, you daft idiots! Don't you understand? Detectives AOTS. Assemble on the site. I don't know if that's actually the thing, but phew, that's a relief. Ugh, you had me a moment there. Honglu, do you need to talk about something? I'm here for you, buddy. About 30 minutes ago. Like I said earlier, the temporal scale gallows isn't broken. This error was caused by you. Your time, and this applies to all 12 of you, was already bound to someone else's time. Someone else's time? Me? This caused a multi-reference error in the temporal scale gallows, which was supposed to hang your time. So what you're saying is, because we're living within Dante's time, the gallows couldn't hang our time. I had no idea. Well, if all that is news to us, then there's really no way for the Time Ripper to know that either. So, once the Time Ripper arrives and tries to rip my time away from me, that's when Rhodia and Ryoshu can swoop in like the awesome people you are and arrest the culprit. And that's how this trap came to be. But what if, and really, what if the Time Ripper manages to rip Honglu's time away? Don't worry, Dante. It's all going to be okay. I wonder how long the record would last once the news of a malfunctioning clock tower breaks. Wouldn't it be so entertaining to watch as people's trust in the institution of the supposedly unerring clock tower crumble? It's going to be such a fun show. I'll try my best not to malfunction. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hey, participation trophy. I used to really hate the sound of clocks. I don't know when it started, but I started associating its noise with the perpetual cycle of pain, like it's some premonition that a clock hand-shaped blade will one day cleave clean through me. A blade of time, if you will. But your noise? It's a bit different. It's the kind of noise that makes me dream up something new, something different. And it's not pain. Well, that's why I wanted to extend my gratitude. I'm not sure what he's extending his gratitude for, but can someone ask him to do something for me? Dante has a request. Right, request away. I think I've had enough experience to intuit when a big fight's about to break out, and I'm getting that exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return the other sinners. I can't believe they actually kept us in prison the whole time, only to let us right up before they caught the culprit. So how was it, manager, adventuring with just 3 sinners? Was it nice? I trust that you have learned your lesson, and that my absence was deeply felt. Aw, Otis. Oats. We love you, Oats. You're just a lonely hag. We love you. I'm aching all over just from sitting inside that jail cell. I don't ever want to go back to a place like that. Right, so is that... Right, so is that Sod the Time Ripper or something? A distortion we must defeat. I'm just gonna be quiet for a bit. What type of Yakuza or Like a Dragon song is this?
탈출 개체 확인.
Alright, it's your time to die, Time Ripper. Let's do it in style, everyone.
외우 피해 적법한 무력 행사.
I didn't even check the passes or the skills. Alright. Lemon time acceleration state, crash power +1. Just turn that down a bit. There we go. At 75, consume 50 stolen time and gain protection. Inflict 1 bleed count. Consume 25 stolen time and inflict +1 more bleed count and potency with the skill. Alright, so this is a bleed thing. Have 1000 stolen time. If a part is broken, spend 100 time from that part to recover from the broken part state next turn. Man, things really aren't looking so hot for us.
가던
Come on, Hongol, I've lost faith in you. How are you people losing clashes? Base power +1 for every... Okay, well... Inflict time relief entitlement against the target that used an attack skill against this unit. Eh? What is that? Targeted by the Time Ripper while time acceleration is active. Ah, so he's going to accelerate his own time. And then absolutely try to
문제라도 있
obliterate whoever gets targeted. No. No. You. No, you.
탈출 개체 확인.
Wait a minute, what happened to my sanity? Why is it 0? I guess it was always 0. Never mind. I thought the Time Ripper reset my time there. Uh-oh, that's not good. Well, considering we cannot do anything about that... let's try to make the most of what we can.
한바탕 해볼까?
Uh-oh, this is gonna sting.
꽤 끈적거리거든. 절대 피할 수 없을걸?
You know what? It kinda makes me wonder if anyone remembers the claws, or the claw from Library of Ruina. His moveset kinda reminds me of that, actually. Please. I need to restore SP badly.
한바탕 해볼까?
Also, we have enough. We have enough tremor counts on this fool. Honestly, if this wasn't a distortion, this would make for a pretty sick ID.
이 선물을 퍼부어주도록 하지. 걸려라.
I need 3 more pride for that. And actually, I don't think I need to clash with anything else.
직접 타도하죠.
지금이라도 말 들어.
Alright. It's time to beat his ass. Man, but what type of events? Because I imagine this is going to have a dungeon. Actually, I think it said it will have a dungeon. So I'm wondering what kind of special event stuff we're going to have. Like, Abno events.
가건.
Is that an extra stagger bar that's sort of going off screen? Off the bar there?
직접 타도하죠.
Oh well, doesn't matter. The only thing I know is that we have to smash Tremor. Or, you know, we will not actually get a chance to...
한건 했고.
Womp womp. We don't get to see the ego. I promise. I forgot about Dante's skill. Have you ever wept in such deep longing for that extra minute? That extra second you let slip through your fingers? Where you wish that your heart would forever sleep, for its every beat was but a painful reminder of the merciless march of time. I don't suppose you have, because you all have plenty of time to spare. With that, the Time Ripper slips into the shimmering portal. A mirror dungeon of the Fathoms. It appears to be the same kind as the one we have seen before. Hey, Dante. I've got a question. It just occurred to me for the first time. Where do all the time that we use, that you use, where do they come from? Well, that's... I never gave thought to where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew was that when I turned the clock, I rewound the time. WC. Why care? Who cares? Yeah, who cares, I guess. I wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. Ryoshu quickly shut us down with her brief summary of the circumstances. We did not question it further. A mirror dungeon of the Fathoms. Let's go. Yeah, I completely forgot about... I always forget about Dante's skill.
자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠. 그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
I always forget about it. I just have a policy of never using it, to be honest. And I can finally just convert those to modules. That looks really cool. Oh my god. Look at that. It's beautiful. So this is the culprit's fathoms. 21 minutes. And it's animated. The time it took from the impact for you to hit the cobblestones. Isn't it about time you quit that Eurodivier thing, brother? We barely have enough time to scrape by, wasting our time building unregistered inventions just to annoy some time collectors. Doesn't do anything. Come on, brother. Dream like you used to, please. You always wanted to work for the T Corp Patents Agency, didn't you? We're just biding our time, waiting for the right moment, okay? And when that moment comes... But you don't even know when that moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of that matter if we're not here to see it? Which is an often brought up theme in a lot of stories. Take the grade 1 inventor certificate exam or something. Make a submission to the Inventions Expo. There's a pretty hefty prize money for receiving the Inventor of the Year award. You know? You know. Did you know that in other nests, everyone enjoys equal 24 hours? Just imagine for a second. What if we saved up a ton of money and moved to a different nest? Then maybe we'll get to live 24 hours a day too. I could get a full night's rest and I'd still have half the days to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? Man, it actually is a lot tougher to purposefully talk slow. Like, you know, not just say the word slowly one at a time, but like actually draw it out. I was always full of excuses. For all my hatred of the system, I remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield and excuse for inaction. I knew that our lives would get better if I did get certified, but I always gave the same excuse. I don't have the time to take a test. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I'll lend you all but 2 hours of my time. That'll give you more than enough time to complete the exam. It ends around 2 p.m., right? I'll meet you in front of the clock tower then. You can give me back the time you borrowed there. Sorry for spooking you there. Thus I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all this too. Maybe I could start dreaming again, just like in that old comic book I used to read. The dream of becoming a professional inventor of all kinds of things. The car rolls in slowly. It's so slow that anyone could simply step out of its way. The driver is like us, someone who lives 10-hour days. But my brother can't get out of its way, because he doesn't have enough time. Hours already precariously stretched over a day, stretched even further. So, you are slowly, so slowly, thrown into the air. I run as fast as I can within the time that is given to me, but I fail to reach him. I never could. Nothing changed, no matter how much time I was shared. Because my life was spent in a rush, because its entirety slipped through my fingers in the blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the streets my brother drew his last breath. If only I could taste every flavor of this lollipop sooner. Man, I can't wait to read what happens next. Won't somebody knock me out and wake me up when the next volume's out? In the city. I can't wait for them to finally complete my portrait. I hope they captured the little upward flick at the tip of my mustache. It's supposed to look like a bird's wings, yes? It's so tedious waiting for it to be finished. Still 3 in the afternoon. This is one long shift. When will this tedious busy work be done? There's too many people who so indifferently kill time. Our time will come, just like the saint said. I know it's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? You think I'm happy with this small-time stuff? I'm just as tired as you are of punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked the time. If only I had the time they killed. If only my brother had the time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. Can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now is the time for action. I'll find everyone so content with killing their time, and I'll... Though a clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that make up the clockwork within each turn at disparate rates. Some living 44-hour days, some living 4-hour days. We are not like the Eurydiviae. We know that we must take action. So that's what you've turned yourself into? Within me is a place where all may live in equal hours. Our nest. A place for all who have felt the very same pain. Your explanations fail to justify your time killing. Yet I am not the time killer. It is the people of the city who have been slaughtering time. No one even took a moment to doubt that clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stopped at merely complaining that it was a slow day and that they should just pass the time. Killing time. I saved the dying times from their wasteful clutches, but you still claim that I am in the wrong. I do not play any other gacha. Yeah. Yeah, I don't play any other ones. Why? I guess it's like there's other games. Not like other gacha games specifically, but it's like there's a Dead by Daylight event that's coming up, the anniversary event, and then there's Deep Rock Galactic Season 5, and then there's Elden Ring, the DLC, and yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff. I don't know, I guess it's like Genshin Impact, well that one was like memed a lot. Time Ripper's Fathoms. You know, I'll talk about it after this. You enter the dungeon of the Fathoms. It resembles a T-Corp street. Hey, it's our favorite dispensary. I didn't mean to skip that. Past the crowds of busy passerbys, you notice the glowing vending machine nearby. But the street's completely devoid of color. The vending machine's light seems to resonate much more vibrantly within your heart. We're this close to unveiling the truth of the time-killing time. We don't know exactly how this case will end, but we decided to forge on. The brilliance, our guiding light. I thought they said that there would be like 2 different things to do. And that's what we want. We know what it wants. You want cost. This is going to be something special. Golden urn for more cost. Yep, man, that's going to be about it. It's an investment into the future. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go down that path. The bottom path. Yeah. It doesn't matter if we go bottom or top. It's... no, let's go top, because it has a... Pierce... weak enemy node. Hello, fellas. I hope you're ready to get eliminated. Actually, you know what? I can just talk about it now. Just because a lot of these fights are probably just going to be the same, except the event nodes, so... yeah, so... honestly, it's just that I haven't really seen much of it. You know, I'd have to watch the gameplay, see how it is. I know it is a free game, and I know that there have been a lot of... I guess different content creators that have stuff in it. Well, maybe not have stuff in it, but... you know, they advertise it, or at least they seem to enjoy it. But I guess, like... man, I wonder if this is how new Limbus players feel like. Because it's like, those games have been around for a long time. And it kind of feels like, oh, I'm just going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff to catch up, or, you know, my wallet is going to have to feed into it. If I want to get, like, the really fun stuff. Yeah. Because the thing is, I know that personally, like, if I'm going to get into a gacha game, and it turns out that I find it really fun, I am going to be obsessing over it and, like, farming, trying to get as much as I can. And that is a lot. So, I guess it's more of just a check on myself. You see, a victim of the Time Ripper. You can't even touch them thanks to this spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon. Is there anything you can do here to help? It is a pride, sloth, and gluttony check. Oh, how ironic that the event ID is not the one that we want to choose. You've done everything you could, but none of it yielded a meaningful result. They can't move, and you can't physically touch them. But you find the suspicious-looking receipt from under the victim's foot. This might be a clue. Prepaid time receipt.
좀 김이 빠지는.
Alright, that's it? Deal. Okay. 5 plus the quantity of 2.5 times the speed difference. Percent more damage against faster enemies with 2 plus speed difference. If an ally dealt damage with an attack skill this turn against faster enemies with 2 plus speed difference, inflict 2 bind and 1 power down to that enemy the next turn. This is a 3? A tier 3 gift? I don't know about that. I don't know if I would classify that as tier 3, but... But yeah, it's mainly the investment though. I know that like if I really enjoy it, I'm going to end up becoming heavily invested in it. Yeah. I would... Like before I play it, I probably would watch a bunch of videos on it just to make sure that like... It's not one of those games where new unit comes out, it's basically just power creeping previous units, or... What is it? You know, like whenever something new happens, it's like interesting. Yeah. And as much as I praise Limbus Company like for having a bunch of very unique like IDs so far, there are some that are just kind of meh, kind of the same. And I'm talking like the golden IDs, like 3-star IDs. Like off the top of my head, Liu Ryoshu. She... Cool animation, cool style, but in terms of kits, it's basically just... You really use her for like burn count. And then the skill 3, which is just meh. Yeah.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
Oh, Ah, okay. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. And... in terms of what people would advise people to do on YouTube, if they want if they want channel growth, they would definitely recommend against doing something what I'm doing. You know, where my main content is like, you know, indie horror games for the most part, and then just my streams are like this. It feels very out of left field, and it can be... I know that it can be... You know, it can make people go like, okay, what is this person doing? What is this channel supposed to be about? Yeah. And I guess I'm trying to... Maybe I'm trying to put too much stuff into this one channel, when maybe I should just be doing like... Making another channel that's sort of like linked up to this, right? Like, here's the Algam 404 Limbus channel, and then this is like the indie horror channel, or indie game horror channel. Indie horror game channel, right? And to be blunt, I'm just lazy. That's it. It is truly just out of laziness. I do not know what that black arrow is. I should check that. But yeah. I guess overall though, like, I would describe this channel... Initially it was just indie horror games, mainly. And now it's sort of transforming into just like, yeah, it's just stuff that I find entertaining. You know, stuff I find entertaining, or just sort of just like a massive dump of just whatever comes up in my head, I guess. And speaking of that, I really need to get back on track with making videos.
편하게 가세요.
It has been far too long since the last, like, indie game video that I've done. And there isn't an excuse for that, because there's a ton of really good indie games out there.
직접 타도하죠.
And when I say indie game, I mean like stuff that you would find on itch.io, or if you find it on Steam, it's maybe not something that an ordinary person would find unless they're actively like perusing the, I guess, all of the games, you know? People walk from all walks of life, all with different hours to spend in a given day, speak and move about in varying speeds. The sound coming from this odd inequality fills the street with incongruence. Two people catch your attention in that chaos. A rich-looking youth, despite his apparent time affluence, is walking at a brisk pace toward the streets. And a poor-looking old man, despite his apparent time poverty, is slowly walking into an alley with a leisurely look in his face. Who to follow? I can follow the youth, or can follow the old man. Let's go with the old man. You ask the old man, "How can you smile like that when it's clear that you have such little time?" The old man smiles gently before writing something down on paper. Life is not a matter of how much time we have. What truly matters is how we use the time that is given to us. How can I make any other face but a smile when, at this moment, I am afforded leisure in such a hurrying world? The old man slowly turns around and walks away. Looks like he left something behind. You look up to return the item to the old man, but he's already gone. Damn.
좀 김이 빠지는데.
That is a really thoughtful message. Inflict 9 minus current speed, tremor potency to 3 enemies with the slowest speed. Minimum of 3. Deal 10% more damage against targets with 12 plus tremor or unique tremor at turn start. Okay, that seems interesting. Just another busy watch factory. A man in the shiny dress shoes and a clean set of suit, clearly the factory's owner, is shouting at his employees in dirty, oil-gunked work clothes. Something seems to catch his eye, causing him to glare at one of the employees and scream with anger. The employee, who is already occupied with his work, gets flustered and tries to say something, but it takes him ages to even open his mouth. The owner pulls out a recorder in a frustrated attempt to communicate, but it doesn't help. I just checked the security camera. You've been napping for 2 whole hours. Explain yourself. Fact. Can't you speak any faster, man? Maybe there's something around here to resolve this situation? Take a closer look at the factory owner and the employee, or take a general sweeping look around the factory. I'm not sure if it's different gifts for these, so who shall help? Hey Hongol, it's you. Oh yeah, I get it. I mean, Hong Lu paced between the two of them for a while, before coming to a realization that the lengths of their days were completely different. In the eyes of the factory owner, who lives 80-hour days, it may have looked as though the employee slept for 2 straight hours. But for the employee, who only lives 6-hour days, it must have been a mere 9-minute nap. Hong Lu relays this information. How many hours do you work in a day? How many hours do you work in a day? 5 hours. Yes, that sounds about right. I'll let this one slide, but be careful not to make the same mistake twice. With that, the owner walked past the employee. The employee very slowly bowed at us in gratitude before leaving something in our hands. Faded watch case.
항상 정답이 보인다고요.
When clashing with a faster enemy, clash power +1. When dealing damage to a faster enemy, inflict 3 tremor, potency, and +2 counts next turn. I will admit with these newer events... Actually, no, this one... Like with... Yield my flesh to claim their bones. Like, those ego gifts were really, really good. Considering the teams. This one,
문 벌러 가자.
it's in flavor. I'll give it that much. Oh, but yeah. Yeah, I understand that, like, you're curious about it, you know?
가자.
And even if it... Like, even if you were complaining, honestly, I wouldn't mind. I understand that...
대체가 약화되는 것
what is it? Like, I do understand that some people will want a certain thing, right? They'll go to a YouTuber and they will want just the one thing.
직접 타도하죠.
Well, it depends, right? It depends on if the YouTuber is like, you're there for the content or if you're there for the person, right? Yeah. But yeah, I understand, you know, I didn't take any offense to it. And to be quite honest, just generally speaking, I hardly ever take offense to anything. Like, in one of my earlier videos, like months ago, you know, when I was a lot newer, I guess when I was starting the channel, like, there was someone that just said drown. I didn't understand where it came from. It had nothing to do with the video. It just... Someone just decided to leave that. And I've just bewildered. But yeah, typically stuff like that though, it doesn't really bother me. Right? Yeah. I know the conventional ways to make this work. Or the ways that other people do it.
편하게
And if I really wanted to, I could do it the same way as them, so... Yeah. Don't worry about it. Or don't worry about me getting sad and depressed. And it woe is me. Not saying if people do feel that's like a whole thing, right? That is like a more of on the content creator side. Yeah. You know what? I was expecting this urn to actually yield more results, and it turns out it didn't. I'll sell it just in case the event egos can be... No, they cannot. I have wasted that. Wasted a bunch of starlights on a bunch of nonsense. Ah, okay. Alright, Time Ripper. It is time for you to meet your end. I think we can leave. Yeah, I'll leave you out.
사건 속으로.
Unfolded Time Rippers. Bleed. Bleed. I've seen how lack of money causes misfortune for many people, but I've also learned what kind of tragedy lack of time can bring. Doesn't mean that Mr. Time Ripper didn't do anything wrong, though. I saw him enable all kinds of things using the time he ripped from others. Speeding up time like the T-Corp employees do, rapidly healing his wounds by accelerating the recovery process. This is a lot, and we can always observe these observation logs later. For now, our focus is this guy right here. Inflict time relief entitlement. I wonder what happens if I just wait. Don't even target him, just let him do his thing. Man, this is a gorgeous back room, or background though. Is there a point to not wanting to get inflicted with time relief entitlement? It doesn't seem... Oh. Actually, you know what? No. I know what the point of that is. And by the way, we can manipulate time too, Mr. Time Ripper. But yeah, it just dawned on me why you would want to do that. If you wanted to redirect the attacks to someone else who's like strong against piercing, like your Divi Ryoshu or
이 사건에
Mongol.
궁금한 점이 생기셨나요?
Yeah, that's why you would want to do that. Makes a lot more sense now.
탈출 개체 확인.
Oh boy, I cannot wait to face this thing in the mirror dungeon.
끈적거리거든. 절대 피할 수 없을걸?
And also proceed to get my ass kicked by him. Or by him.
외우 피해 적법한 무력 행사다.
Finally! Finally! Ah, but... Actually, no, this is a... I guess as good a time as any. Everlasting Ego! As soon as I decide whether I want to use the Sloth. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Now he should not die from this attack. Are you kidding me? Bloody hell, this is really getting on my nerves, oi. Quit hiding us, yeah? Give us a proper view. Damn it, I hoped I wouldn't have to show my true... Damn it. I had hoped that I wouldn't have to show them my true form. Though we couldn't be sure if there were multiple personalities in the Ripper's head, or if it was truly the voice of the many, we did hear several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. The Time Ripper, cornered, grabs the lapels of his long coat and... What is that? They all each have numbers on them. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Project Moon, for reminding me of an isekai manga that was just all sorts of terrifying. And very unpleasant to think about what would happen if such a terrible world existed. Also, thank you for not reusing my resources. I would have been extremely mad. Okay, so we have 3 different brains. No, 5 different brains. We've got 5 head over here. With 5 protection split between all of that. Do I really want to use this now? It's not the time. Yeah, thanks a lot, Time Ripper. You just made me change all of my plans.
응? 지금 바쁜데. 용건만 빨리.
조심하랬지.
Uh-oh. Really, Honglu? You are at 45 SP. How do you... You know what, that was deserved. You deserve that one, Honglu.
가진 놈들을 걸.
걸려라.
How did that thing not die? What was the title of it? I'll look up. Oh yeah, Honglu is Megaden. Sorry, my friend, but... Look, you shouldn't have lost the clash, okay? That's all I'm saying. You should not have lost the clash.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간은
Oh, it's beautiful.
그 답이 있을까요?
And I rolled the tails on the first one. Well, I don't know what else I was expecting out of this. Actually, no, I know what I was expecting. What I was hoping for. What the? Why is everyone losing SP? Gain joint time expenditure. When spending time, shared time, the brains spend an equal amount of time across the board. Hold on a second, I need to get to the bottom of this. Was it you? Fixed panic, accelerated regeneration. Everyone's time. Da, da, da. No. Okay. Well, Honglu is dead. He was the one that I was kind of relying on. No matter, we will manage. Somehow.
탈출개체 발.
Maybe. I doubt it, but... While that is going on... What was the title of it?
이럴 줄 알았으면 한참 좀 제대로 해보고 뭘까?
Sister and Giant. That was the name of it. I never read... I only read up to a certain point. Didn't really keep up with it after a certain amount because I think it hadn't been translated fully yet, but... Anyway, if you're curious about what the corrosion of everlasting looks like, that's what it looks like. Unfortunate that this is the way that I have to find this out, but
조심하랬지?
그대로 정지하는 겁니다.
yeah.
멈춰진 시간 속에 영원.
Yeah, that's where it was. Man, when it got to like just the one part, it was a haunting thought to think about if that were to happen to you. Okay, we gotta restart this fight.
외우피는 반드시
I blame you, Honglu. This is your fault. Actually, this might actually be really good. Because I believe the enemy does have a lot of sloth attacks, so... Sloth and gloom.
사건 속으로.
Yeah. Yeah, Sister and Giant was the name of it. If I remember correctly... Actually, I won't say anything about it. Don't you dare evade this. Right, so I've got 9 turns to do something about that. I am really hoping that these do not come back alive.
탈출 개체 확인.
외우피의 적법한 무력 행사다.
Yeah. But yeah. Basically the whole manga is just like, don't trust strangers. Okay? The world is not your oyster. Doesn't matter what all of the anime and manga have told you and light novels have told you about getting transported to another world. Don't trust anybody. Actually, no, hold off on that. I want to get rid of these first. I'll deal with you soon enough. To be fair, he is at 0 sanity, so I guess it makes sense that he rolled tails. Yes, yes, you're going to show us your many, many brains. Good lord, how many of those things have you got? At least 5. Let's see, that one's going to die, so probably should take care of that, at least. I am sincerely hoping that these all have static speed levels, because it's going to be extremely annoying having to deal with all of the different brains constantly swapping places. I was wrong. Gloom, pride, wrath, envy. That's not good at all. Actually, I guess you're the best pick, right? Yeah. Yeah. You're the best pick for this. Yep, and I trust you all to take care of the rabble.
꽤 끈적거리거든. 절대 피할 수 없을걸?
Alright, how the hell am I supposed to tell which brain has which? These numbers tell me nothing! Mutilate. Heh, funny Honglu skill. Uh-oh. That's not good. Please do not lose any more clashes. You all have 45 SP. Except for Yi Seng. But he's a good boy. So we pardon him. That's really just a 25? I didn't even check the power on it, but...
제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간이 태어가는 그 답이 있을까요?
Yep, we are not at all attacking the same targets. Haha, your minions are dead. Is that a frickin' lollipop I see back there? That is a giant lollipop in the background. Oh, it seems you're starting to run low on time there, lad.
상대할 맛이 나는 놈들이면 좋겠어.
Your time will soon come. Any moment now, as soon as I figure out the correct skills to use against you.
탈출 개체 확인. 가진 놈들을 털.
Again! Irritating little tricks. Oi, remember what you said earlier? Might be the time to put that to use. But I'm sorry, doesn't that use up too much time? It drains too much time from all of us. Shush, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us more in the long term. This attack will surely eliminate them. Think of how much time we will save by taking care of them here and now. We shall share this burden of time together. Yep. Thank you, Project Moon. You have reminded me of something horrible. Erase the target's time. Once this unit erases the target's time, all parts recover shared time. Hey, Heathcliff. Do you think you could maybe block that? Because it seems like you're about to die, so... Yeah. Yeah, good luck with that.
탈출 개체 확인.
You know, I didn't read the full skill. I didn't realize it would do 0 damage. No, this doesn't make sense. That had to work. What tricks is it? Oi, wait up. You took 5 hours from me earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 hours from me? You only took 2 from that sod. We will settle that as soon as we deal with this present threat. Focus on the battle for now. Deal with this present threat when? In 3 hours? 4? This fight's been going on for too bloody long. I understand. That is why we must all sacrifice our collective time to... Nope, I ain't giving you more than an hour of my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short end of the stick last time when the numbers didn't evenly divide by 12. Shut up about the last time. You're just an uneducated fool who doesn't even understand basic additions and subtractions. Boy, what the hell was that? Who said that? It's the new one, ain't it? They're starting to fight each other. Ah, I get it. You're saying that now is our chance, right? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Damn. Actually, you know what? I could actually break through that.
직접 타도하지마.
Man, I was not expecting there to be so many cutscenes for this. I was expecting this to play out like you and my flesh to claim their bones. Distorted Kim, just... You go through the dungeon, and then you fight Kim, and then that's it. Well, that's depressing to see. Nope, I do not think that you will be having that speed.
침착하게.
Okay, well... At least it didn't do too much damage. Alright, which brain did I get? guess the left one? Honestly, I can't tell. There's just a bunch of brains, and I know I need to squish them like spaghetti. We need more time. Oh no, you don't. You've taken too much time.
제이의 거슬기 대고.
Man, I can see this being one of a tougher boss in the mirror dungeon. If only because of the speed and just the weirdness of it, I guess. The different mechanics. Actually, no, it wouldn't. The only reason why it's tough now is just because, well, Mirror Dungeon's like a whole other breed. God, I really want to end this off on a flashy note, but the thing is, I don't know if... Like what? Is it just going to go to another phase? Cancel all my skills again?
제이의 거스르지 말고.
가진 놈들을 털고
Oh my god, I can finally almost see the end in sight. Uh-oh, this might actually kill. Oh well, whatever. We can always do that in the mirror dungeon. Ugh. If only I had 10 more minutes. No, a minute, a few more seconds even. I could have changed so much more if only I had the time. Or so I thought, once upon a time. So... what did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I am the creator of every change you see around you. I know what the burning question is. What changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place became no different from the other horrible nests. There's so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So listen up and listen close, because there's only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stopping time. Stop time? The world? Our assistant's expression turned bitter. He did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the sinners were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time Ripper to relay my question. Like always, the LCA's Special Operations Units arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Ripper, a distortion with a complicated classification code. And that's how the case of Timekilling Time closed. But... God, I hate you. My, I'm so happy that you finally caught the perpetrator. Aha, behold, my portrait is finally complete. Isn't it so wonderful? So slow, everyone. Let's stop being lazy and get to work, yes, sir. Chop chop, What our assistant said much earlier was right. T-Corp did not change. Not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be bait for the Ripper, Honglu? I'll be honest, I was scared as hell the moment I began thinking about how my own time could just get ripped away from me. I just wanted to understand. Because, to me, the world was full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time? Something so ephemeral. Yeah? But I know one thing. You understood the culprit, Rhodia. It wasn't just fear that held you back. Well, there was fear. A different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. How did you know that? Watching you, Rhodia, reminded me why I did not resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time. I wasn't just scared. I felt as though I could understand them. When fear grows so extreme that it circles back to its origin, that moment is so precious and so beautiful. Alright, lads and lasses, gather round. Oh. We'll be running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of Timekilling Time. And for that, we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be alright with you, ace detectives? Whoa, what an auspicious day this is. What's up with the long face, Rhodia? Everything okay? I don't even know if I deserve to be in this picture. I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? But Rhodia, we eventually captured the culprit, didn't we? It was possible only because we all worked together. I'd say everyone did a great job out there. Rhodia, Honglu, Ryoshu, all three of you. Good work. You mean Honglu and Ryoshu? I just cowered as soon as I came face to face with the culprit. That was ridiculous. Well, it is said that all great detectives are flanked by great assistants. Ha, that's funny. Is this what this Lady Agatha said? No, I said it. Just now. Patented and will soon be in my detective novel. I'm the only one who's allowed to make that LF. Smile, detective. Right, can we huddle a little close together? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small, when I haven't done anything? It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right then, 1, 2. Hold! Dawn, you do not belong here. Executive Director, it's time. God, that. Executive Director, it's time. Ah, my. Thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. I made sure not to get even a speck of dust on it, so don't you worry about having to run it through a washer. Executive Director? When did he? It's been so long since I had a day this exciting. Thanks, participation trophy. I just like to experience how it's like outside the company building from time to time, you know? Shouldn't he be thanking us for solving the case, not, you know. Dante, this is like the only executive director that we have met so far that seems like a pretty chill person, right? I think so, to my memory. Everyone else has either wanted to kill us or has zapped our memory to keep a secret safe that I'm sure none of us would have cared about anyway, even if we did know. Oh god, okay. Let's see, considering your rather competent command of the battlefield and that special ability of yours, maybe you could even snag the Exceptional Award. Actually no. Perhaps you'd receive the Distinctive Award instead, since you can't explain the mechanism of your own powers. Your clock does seem quite special, but the time that flows through you doesn't seem very different when it comes You don't seem very different from the concept of time I'm used to. Well, I don't have any prize money to hand out, but allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, using the power of time comes with a cost. Always. It's something that's been a thorn in my side as well. Oh, and another thing I should thank you for. My dream began to flow once again. On the day I ventured out to the edge and wished upon a star, I thought my dream to have ceased there, never to flow again. Oh, interesting. Because that was kind of the same thing with K-Corp, wasn't it? Wishing upon a star. And even just with us, you know, we're looking for the star. And Damien, they're looking... I guess they're following the star? I don't know. Stars are playing a big role in the overall thing. I would have wished for something completely different had I had the chance to wish again, but I believed my only chance spent. A star. I don't understand why, but a mere mention of it suddenly brought back the memories of that star I saw when I made the pact with the sinners. Oh my god. There's no way that we are actually... Like the weird crack theory. I thought were crack theories of like, oh, we're AN, or we're X, or whichever version of the many different versions of him there are. You know, I thought that was, you know, it's a funny joke, and you know what? Maybe. But what if we are? Actually, no, AN's in the light, so either we're a different version or... But I think we're not just executive manager of Limbus Company, but we were the executive manager of like a whole nest, maybe. Maybe like a fallen nest. Because that's sort of the well, okay, maybe not executive manager of like a fallen nest, but it does make more sense that we would be a person that was once very notable. After all, it seems that everyone who has done something extremely significant in the city, or will do something extremely significant, always makes a wish upon a star. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that I could never turn back time. Vile men like myself know when their dreams come to an end, and there is no path left for the dream to go. But I was wrong. There it was. Something rewinding time right before my eyes in a way that I could not fathom. Well, it is my current hypothesis that you're not actually rewinding time, but a potential is a potential still. And that distortion that rips time is another proof that I do not know all there is to know about time. Not yet. So my dream, once as still as a lake, has become wild as a rushing river once again. Your indifferent and afraid attitude toward time, it also left an impression. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is, that it will continue to drift on and on and on even after my death. And I think about how that's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but I'm not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to constant change. Those who dare tread upon the world of illusion from death and annihilation shall soon find themselves before another wall of what they had sought to flee from in the first place. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing like the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed, therein lies the conundrum. Until time itself ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flow. I'm having trouble following your train of thought. Dante says that they are having trouble following your train of thought. Oh, apologies. I must have been thinking out loud. You must understand how someone might forget who they're talking to when the listener has nothing to say in response but the intermittent click, ticks, and talks. I suppose all that was probably too much for a manager of an upstart business to understand, yes? Does this conclude the business of the 10 billion on time tax? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would have happened if a case like this for you to solve didn't exist? Can you believe that you almost had to live the rest of your lives stretching a measly 4 hours over an entire day? Unbelievable. A little nap and you'd wake up 2 whole days later. Well, that is, if the 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but I understand. Then... Oh, almost slipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog Limbus company handed to me? That monolith in there really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them, as many as you have in stock. Cheers! That's a sale made! It was really pricey too. Who knows? Maybe this will get you that commendation. Or whatever it is. Understood. Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. The monolith? The monolith. What are you planning to do with? It's a secret. You can hear my voice kinda giving out. Things yet to be realized must remain shrouded in hearts under this starless sky. Let's go, Mai. Yes, Director Hubert. This company is growing increasingly bizarre, Miss Faust. Not only are we providing distortion management service, but also dipping our feet into the sales of artifacts like the monolith. I don't believe that the monoliths should be so easily bought or sold. I see them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. You do understand the ramifications of selling artifacts that could force a distortion, I trust. The world is aplenty with technology capable of maiming or slaughtering a fellow human. Not all of those have started with intent to do harm. In fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. In other words, it depends. Like Lobotomy Corp? The library? Actually, no, the library did not start out with the intent to help, but... do you really believe this to be a matter that you can just brush aside with Vergilius? You know my place, yours as well. You're aware that we are not provided the luxury of choice. We will both reach what each of us desire. That is a guarantee. Fine. With that peculiar exchange between Faust and Vergilius, the bus sets off on another journey. Oh, you're framing it already? Ever since we returned to the bus, Rhodia was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subjects they were interested in. Quite, aha! This achievement has been memorialized for all eternity to come. Ah, do you intend to put it up for display? In her hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases, coating it with a thin film and displaying it carefully in frame. We could barely tell it was her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be a part of the photograph. Much do I desire to hang it here for all to see, but this doth carry great meaning indeed, as my very first accomplishment. Thus shall I place it in my chamber for safekeeping. Boy, you're really stoked about a shaky picture of yourself, eh? Ah, don't be a buzzkill, darling. Chiquita's happy about it, and that's what matters, right? It matters not, for this is a signifier of our achievements. Yeah, our achievement, huh? Rhodia was laughing and cheering along with her, as though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yet, I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Faust, can you ask Vergilius where we're heading next? Vergilius, Dante asks. At least when we're talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur, even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes, I've come to realize that it is about time the manager asked me for some information regarding our next destination. Lucky, I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the sinners' attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination. Too bad I got more than what I bargained for. It's to a warp train, Dante. I didn't just clear the air. That statement alone caused a whole storm among the sinners. Rightfully so, we get a...
낯설은 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠. 그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
Oh, you could kind of see it in the side there. Don Quixote. Don Quixote in clear, non-PNG JPEG form. And with that, I mean, we just gotta get this. We can always go back and get all of this other stuff, but... Man, and that is that. Alright, let's take a look at this. First off, change the ego, season 4. Gotta go with that. Alright, let's see if this is as cool as yield my flesh to claim their bones. You know what? It kind of reminds me of Hawkmoth's floor. I like it. Although I will admit, it does look eerily... It does just look really similar to the mirror clock one. Although to be fair, that one you can't get anymore. You had to have cleared the... I believe you had to clear Railway 3 before Season 4 started. 4? 5? I don't know. Before Kanto 6 released. That's my point. But yeah. That was a long time. But we finally solved the case of time-killing time. But yeah. It does seem like, though, with Rhodion's story, yeah. Obviously, it's not done. And I know that some people may be disappointed to have not gotten an ID for her, despite her being in the event. But I think it makes sense, though. Right? Some people said it makes sense because, I mean, why give her a Mook Eurodivi ID when she's inevitably going to have to, like, face Sonya again? And they're just saving for that, so... Yeah, so it makes sense why they didn't give her an ID. An ego would have been nice something, but... I guess given the way it is, the way the story went, it just makes sense why she didn't get anything. She was hesitant. She didn't... She kind of did goof around and maybe helped a bit, but... You know, it really did show that... the other side of her, I guess. So yeah, we may not have gotten ego or ID, but we got a lot of lore and characterization that I'm sure the Rhodion fellows will love. And yeah, with that being said, that will be the end of the stream. But I am going to end this one off differently. I am going to see if there's anyone else that happens to be streaming it as well. And then kind of like redirect people, I guess, to that. Yeah, let's see. Is there anyone else that happens to be live at the same time? Aside from me. Only 2 other people. If you look up Limbus Company Timekilling Time, there is only 2 other people. Yeah. So yep, I will leave... Actually, I guess I could kind of show it, eh? How do I do this? Should I just put text on the thing, or... Actually, no. You know what? I've got it. Turn that up a bit. New image. If you look up Limbus Company Timekilling Time and then you go to the live tab, you can see who is streaming it. And there's only 2 other people. So yeah. Thank you for coming to the stream. There we go. That. I really do wish that YouTube had something similar to Twitch where it's like, oh, we can raid. And that it didn't just have to be like this, having to go and do all of this. Alright, do that. God, that looks so scuffed, but there we go, that's 1 person. Actually, I should have put both. Hold on. I can do this better. There we go. Yep, those 2 individuals right there. Yep, and with that, now I will actually end the stream. However, I will probably be streaming... Well, it's 3:52 right now in the morning for me, so probably later in the daytime, going to be streaming some Deep Rock Galactic, because the new season should be out, and also some Dead by Daylight as well. Don't know which order that's going to be in, but that's sort of the schedule I have planned tomorrow, anyway. Although I might split that up into 2 different days, but 2 different streams, but however it goes, thank you so much for watching, thank you for sticking with me on this, and yeah, visit those 2 people. I will now mute myself, and just kind of let this sit for like 5 minutes. I'll let you go and find those people, and enjoy the music. Bye bye everybody, have a good one.